Так, раз, два, три, как меня слышно? Надеюсь, слышно нормально. Как звук в игре. Трудом, трудом. Итак, друзья, я думаю, лучше начать с самого начала, потому что было ни черта непонятно. И вот я нашел русификатор, а точнее скачал версию русскую. И, по крайней мере, с русскими субтитрами будет намного проще понять, что из себя представляет эта игра. Так, я думаю, начнем с самого начала. Рыцарь. Рыцарь, давайте мне. Рыцарь. Жанр РПГ. Ребят, кто слушает, отпишитесь, пожалуйста, как слышно. Так, почему-то мне звонит телефон, непонятно по какой причине.
Year 298. Westeros, realm of the Seven Kingdoms. The world has changed. The ancient Targaryen line of kings had its fire extinguished after reigning over the Seven Kingdoms for many centuries. Robert Baratheon's rebellion unified most of the realm's great houses under a single banner, thus bringing about the fall of the Targaryens. Thus, 15 years ago, he acceded to the Iron Throne, becoming Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. Far from the Game of Thrones and political intrigues, far to the north, in the land where winter seems never to die, a border cuts the continent in two, the Wall. The Night's Watch has been its guardian for thousands of years, protecting the realm at all costs from wildling attacks and other menaces from beyond. The danger is constant, the cold is bitter, and death is sweet for those who fall. At times, even the bravest warriors give up and attempt to escape this white purgatory.
Ой, извините, был деловой звонок. А чем захват кривоват? А, да, кстати, мне же надо на паузу стрим поставить.
I knew that you were the one he'd send, Mars.
Морс.
Damned moment. It had to be you.
It's over, old brother. All your attempts are in
Справа
vain.
снизу.
You
Окей,
know I'll
сейчас
end up
исправим.
taking you to Castle Black, dead or alive.
Why not let me get away for old time's sake? After all, we're brothers.
Вот так.
You betrayed us by attempting to escape, my friend. My duty is to bring you back. You know there's only one way to leave the Night's Watch.
I'm sorry, Mars, you leave me no choice.
Наконец хоть на русском слушайте, а то я как-то на английском играл, приходилось все пропускать, потому что ну ни черта не понятно.
Oh, shit.
Если ты, конечно, в идеале знаешь английский. Потому что терминология иногда тут такая, что... Буф! Даже со средним знанием английского трудновато воспринимать. В это время, 15 лет назад... 15 лет. 15 лет прошло с тех пор, как вы покинули семью и свои земли, чтобы отправиться в ледяные пустоши к стене. Какой стене, непонятно. Единственная защита от тьмы, ползущей с севера. Действуя по совести, вы нарушили закон мира, где проведена четкая граница между теми, кто командует, и теми, кто подчиняется. Тогда вас поставили перед выбором, который предлагают всем преступникам и предателям смерть или жизнь в изгнании на стене в ночном дозоре. Ночной дозор. Но разве смерть не была бы лучшим выбором, чем жизнь, полная лишений и жесткости? Позабытое всеми место, где царит вечная зима. Стена немедленно вытягивает жизни из тех, кто ее охраняет, лишая их души остатков тепла. В этот безрадостный день, поймав дезертира, вы возвращаетесь в то место, которое давно зовете домом, Черный замок, где живут братья ночного дозора. Жестокости, да. Вы Морс. Какой? Какой Морс? Кстати, кто смотрел «Игру престолов», я честно скажу, что не смотрел. Если вы что-то знаете про него, напишите. Вы ветеран, герой восстановления. Клюквенный, да, клюквенный Морс, это супер вообще. Вот, теперь понятно, что у него оборона. Оборона, ловкость. А почему ловкость-то? Ярость. Кого мне выбрать, как думаете? Как Гарри Поттер, не закончено. ДД. ДД у нас либо этот, либо этот. Булавы, молоты, булавы. Булавы вот есть у него. Ну вот если булавы и ДД, значит это он. Лысого? Это что ли? Ну почти лысый, да. Давай все-таки с двуручкой. Все-таки побольше будет. Рогу? Ладно, говорили, давайте Рогу, все-таки ДД будет. Значит, ему надо все-таки... Ребят, ну, вы уже определитесь. Я там всем угодить не могу. Там потом будет следующий персонаж. Давайте с ним потом еще немножечко поковеркаемся. Ну в принципе-то да. Так, ловкость. Шанс попадания, шанс смягчить удар. Не, меня зовут Sinvarus, а вот его Морс. С циферкой 1. Так, жестокий удар. 2 оружия. Морс, компот. Лимонад. Лимонадный Джо. Кстати, кто смотрел этот фильм? Достаточно старый и прикольный. Вот теперь хотя бы понятно, вот, что делает. Если враг истекает кровью, он стопудово должен истекать кровью, поскольку мы роги. Давайте вот это вот выберем. Далее. Топоры, булавы, мечи. Вот у него мечей больше всего. А вот короткие клинки. А почему короткие клинки 2х, и при этом мало так? Больше на мече опора идет. И у него вообще топор изначально. Как непонятно. Тут же можно использовать разные виды оружия, по сути дела. Тот там любит булавы, значит возьмем булавы и клинки тогда вот таким образом. Так, вот это вот самое интересное. То есть сильные и слабые стороны, они должны быть одинаково распределены. Это вот сколько очков нам дают на сильную сторону, то есть забирается. Плюс 7 к урону наносимому вашим союзникам. Вашим истекающей кровью. Шанс смягчить удар. Получается на 2 очка навыков больше. Кстати, вот эта тема прикольная, на 2 очка навыков больше. Если из всех применяемых боем продляется на 3 секунды. Процентный шанс оглушить. Устойчивость к критам. Плюс 5 шансов поживиться. Вот, это нужно. Темпу атаки кинжалом или коротким мечом. Вот это нужно. Так, и 4 здесь, да? Что же мы тут выберем? Давайте начнем с самого маленького. Психопат. Минус 5 шансов смягчить удар за каждого убит. Не вами врага. То есть, если не я убиваю, то он психовать начинает. Не может смягчить удар. Ладно. Паранойя. Минус 5 шанс попадания, когда на вас нападает 3 врага. Не. Гемофилия. Интересно. Да, выглядит, конечно. Получаемый вам урон от кровотечения удваивается. Ну, слишком дофига. Низкорослый. Да не сказал бы. Хотя лысый, он не такой уж высокий. То есть мы тут взяли плюс к шансу крита. Можно взять минус к шансу крита. То есть аннулировать. Аннулируем. Окей. Подагра. Астма. Нифига себе. А геморроя нету? Серая хворь. Давайте минус к защите все-таки у нас. Да.
castle black. Nothing's changed since the day we
А,
arrived.
чтобы
15 years.
минус
Remember, Morris?
лишний не брать. Хотя можно было и не брать вообще. Тогда.
At the time, I really believed in the mission of the Night's Watch, you know.
You've changed, old brother. I never thought you would betray us.
Aye, well, you've always had a knack for choosing friends. One night here, and you'd already bashed in 3 of our brothers' skulls.
I wasn't the only one there, if I remember rightly.
That's me. I never think of the consequences. All I do is give.
Look at this, boys. Morse finally brought back that worm, Gorold. Well done. Some men bet against you, but I wagered you'd make it. It must have been quite a hunt.
Gorold knows how to cover his tracks and isn't half bad with the sword.
I've known you for 15 years, but I still had just a shred of hope that I'd give you and your damn dog the slip.
Да,
I would have
учитывая,
hated
что пес
getting
такой
caught by a
синющий,
little
он
shit
наверняка
like our
прав.
friend here.
Hold your tongue, deserter.
That's not what your mother said last night.
I'll teach you about respect, dog.
Enough! I forbid you to touch him. You would not have had the slightest chance against him, blade in hand.
Пес собачий.
Tell me, where is Mormont?
The Lord Commander is in front of the Commander's Keep with the new recruits. They've just sworn their oaths.
So they are finally sworn brothers of the Night's Watch. Fools. Now you can teach them a little lesson. Right, Morse?
Заставки тут долгие. Все больше на сюжет. И сразу скажу, выглядит очень похоже на Dragon Age.
You brought this traitor back. I knew I could count on you.
I did what I had to, Lord Commander.
Your modesty does you honor. Recruits, listen to me. Mors here is our best tracker. Now that you are sworn brothers of the Night's Watch, he will mold you into rangers. He has just returned from a very delicate mission, tracking down Gorals, who took the cowardly route and deserted. In the name of the Night's Watch, I thank you, Mors. I know how hard it must have been for you to hunt down a friend.
Я знаю, как нелегко охотиться на друга. Нет, не знает. Ничего не знаешь, иди отсюда. Да, кстати, народ, если кто фильм и книги там читал, скажите, вообще что-нибудь общее есть?
I swore an oath to the Watch. If we go back on our word and our mission, then we are nothing.
If only all my men spoke like that.
Speaking of new brothers, I see only 4 of them. Where is the 5th?
Someone attacked him last night. He's been looked after by Maester Aemon as we speak. One of our brothers has broken his vows in the most sordid manner. That traitor then beat the poor boy and left him in the snow, more dead than alive.
Damn it. I swear I'll skin the culprit alive.
Да целых 3.
Alas, we do not know if the boy will recognize his assailant, or even if he is to survive.
Too bad. The brat certainly was a pretty boy. Soft as a virgin. What a pity I never managed to corner him.
Горбатого могилу. Чё бы выбрать-то, а? Везде он его.
True to your reputation, Gorold, eh?
You know me, always trying to get a laugh.
Silence, traitor! Each time I pass judgment on a deserter, I feel the bitterness of failure. It is my duty, as Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, to make true brothers of you. This morning, you were strangers. Now, you have all sworn to honor our oath. Some come to us as knights, carrying out their duties, and some as criminals, forced to choose between the noose and the wall. Once you take the black, your past is dead. You must wash away your former loyalties, forget your family and friends. They cease to exist. Such is the strength of our oath.
Секретная
No
информация.
wife, no children, no land.
Вообще все игры
All that
качаю на
matters
тапочке.
is defending the wall and the realm. We are your only home. We are your duty. We are your new family, the only one that matters now. More than 8,000 years ago, humanity itself was nearly lost during the long night. Our predecessors then built the
С
wall
русскими сабами
that
я
you see
только-только
behind us.
появилась. Я просто
This massive
каждый день
wall of
появляюсь
ice
на тапочке
700
и
feet
там
high
бац, так
and
смотрю,
divides the
рус
continent in
написано.
half.
И сразу скачал,
It protects
естественно.
the realm of the seven
Вот, наверное,
kingdoms
часа
from threats beyond the wall.
полтора
Defending it
назад
is our
стримил
purpose.
на английской версии, но
Our
ни черта не
duty.
понятно. Сейчас более-менее
The
что.
Night's Watch has unfailingly carried out this mission for centuries. Generation.
Честно скажу, я вот покупаю игры только те, которые содержат хороший мультиплеер.
Wind and dishonor.
Остальные просто практически
Those
бессмысленно
are your
покупать,
enemies, even in the
если
midst of
игра
a
не
summer
особо стоящая.
such as this one. We have all taken our vows before the gods, whichever gods they are. If you betray your brothers, if you break
Это лично мое
sacred
мнение.
oath. Throughout the seven kingdoms of Westeros, you will be met with one punishment. Death.
Да,
Pass
заткнись.
the sentence and get this over with.
Geralt was a brother of the Night's Watch for almost 15 years, but that bears no relevance. He will be executed for desertion. Beyond our mission, we no longer exist. Any last words, deserter?
After all my years spent here, I've forgotten what warmth is. The cold has stolen the very memory. Go ahead and smile at the sight of me, the wretched deserter. But you may do the same one day. You won't be able to take it any longer, and you'll do anything just to live again. I tried my luck, and I failed. Come on, Moors, and do it well.
Goodbye, old brother.
Потому что
Goodbye,
дезертир.
old friend. I'll see you on the other side.
Чувак захотел свободно пожить. На! Умри. Каменный век. О, этого с губой. Все проблема какая-то.
You will live
Брить
and
не
you
умею.
will die in the shadow of the wall. There is no other way. Welcome to the Night's Watch.
Пожар начнет.
Moors, take Ronnet, Poddy, Celtigar and Patrick and put together a patrol. Make sure they smell a little less like summer before winter comes.
Right. Listen. Since I need to teach you to survive at the wall, let's see what you're worth with a blade in your hand. Gather in the exercise yard.
Так, ну куда бежать нам понятно. Но мы для начала должны обшарить некоторые здания. Ага. Наверняка что-нибудь должно валяться. А, это бочки забиты.
Mine and mine alone. If you want some, you'll have to ask me nicely.
Можете набить, да и все. Меч. Хочу такой меч. Тырь, тырь, тырь. Нельзя. Эх.
I prefer the kids. They look all innocent, but they often adapt better. It's not easy for a man who already has a life to take the black.
Huh. Listen to him go on. Everyone knows why you prefer the young ones.
Да, попахивает тут кое-чем. Не-не-не, захват не сбился, это он просто слева так находится. Это вот как ни крути. Сколько у него барахла. Кстати, а что у нас есть? Ну, как обычно, И. Да. Два оружия. Топор и кинжаль. Резик. У нас бабло вообще есть? Бабла нету, я бомж. Но неудивительно, учитывая, как я одет, во все порватое. Все казенное. Ух ты. Руками-то намывать. Или щетка.
Aye, that's an old story. The old bear.
Умри-ка, умри. О, я слышу какие-то. Толстый, что ли, еле пролез. Что-то есть, тырем. Весьма редкий, поэтому очень ценится. Отлично, это нам и надо. Статья кодекса лорд-командующий ночного дозора. Точно тоже пригодится. Не знаю, что это такое, но оно точно должно где-то пригодиться. И тут что-то есть. Отлично. Рубль.
Morse!
What do you want
Morse!
of me, Walder?
I have finished restoring the statuette that you entrusted me with just before you left to track down Goro.
Фигурку.
Really? Let's have a look.
I must say it was a true pleasure. Brothers normally ask me to paint them a pretty woman with big teats and spread legs. But I must say that this is a little more original. I realize we aren't the best of friends, but this statue is a work of art. I hope I treated it with the attention it deserved. I'm rather proud of my work. I returned it to its original colors, and it looked...
It's beautiful work, Walder. I have never seen such a striking likeness of the warrior.
Ёлки.
It's as if
Как они
you have
пыхтят
given him
над
life.
картинками.
It would appear the frost has not completely eaten away my hands. I hope you don't regret the price you paid for this job.
Not at all. This statue is worth more than you can imagine.
True. Actually, I have a vague idea of it. I've already seen this kind of work in the past, but only once, at the Great Sept of Baelor of King's Landing. I recall legends telling of statues made by the first disciples of the Seven, when they still strode the hills across the narrow sea. They were carved into a star that the Seven had torn from the heavens. These statues depicted the true face of the gods, just as they were when they showed themselves to the Andals.
And it is said that the Andal's greatest heroes carried them off when
А
they
кто такие
snatched
андалы?
Westeros from the
Напишите,
first
пожалуйста.
men and the ancient gods.
How could a man such as yourself find himself in possession of such a precious object? I've never taken you to be such a devout man.
This statuette of the warrior has always belonged to my family, as far back as the bloodline stretches. It is because of this that he walks alongside us. Have you heard of the Battle of the Field of Fire?
Ah, now there's another great tale. At the time of Aegon the Conqueror's conquest, the Lannister king and the King of the Reach united their forces to fight the Targaryen and their dragons.
This is not just any old tale. This battle really took place, and it was the greatest massacre in the history of the Seven Kingdoms. On that day, more than 4,000 knights perished in the fire of those three great dragons. Amory Westford, my ancestor, fought under the colors of the lion, as is our duty. When the shadows of the dragons blotted out the sky, and their fire engulfed both men and beasts, he prayed for his life, as he had never done before. He swore then, on his immortal soul, that he would search for and gather all seven, collecting the 6 other statues which accompany the warrior. Amory survived, and he set about his quest to give thanks to the seven. He never succeeded, and our bloodline inherited his oath.
I imagine that faith comes more easily when one rushes into the jaws of such monsters. It's a beautiful tale all the same. You know, I could maybe help you keep this ancient promise, Moors.
Такое ощущение, как вот это мысленно так задают себе вопросы.
Of course you can. And afterwards, you will propose I fly with you on the back of a giant eagle, I suppose.
No jest. I can help you.
And how would you do that?
This statuette, it was created to be part of the group of 7.
Yes, we already spoke of it.
Wait, you don't understand. I've studied it closely, and I can tell you it was made to be bonded to other objects carved from the same strange rock. Probably a bracelet or an amulet that the Andal warriors bore, like the 7-pointed star they carved into their chests. I believe I'm capable of reconstructing such a work. More than 4,000 years after its imagining. It would be magnificent.
Mulder, what are you suggesting? I do not follow.
I should be able to make copies of the statuettes that go with this one. With good models, it should be possible.
Out of the question. That would mean going back on the word of my ancestors. This is about an act of faith and the honor of my bloodline, Walder.
Forgive me. I understand what you say. I've never seen a rock that compares to this one. It's perhaps true what the legends say when they claim they were carved from a star fallen from the heavens.
That may well be. I thank you, and I would leave you now.
Wait, I can restore them, just as I brought the warrior back to life for you. These statuettes are not unique, though extremely rare. I told you I remember seeing 3 whole sets in the Great Sept of Baelor.
You speak of a world which is closed to us, my brother.
I'd be happy to share this dream with you. If you ever manage to lay your hands on another of these precious relics, I doubt it would be in good repair. But I can restore all their beauty for you.
I thank you, Walder. Indeed, your help would be invaluable to me.
Truly? Well, all that remains for me is to pray to the 7 that they finally bestow their kindness upon you, Morse.
We have what remains of our lives to find out.
May the warrior guide your arm, and the crone light your way.
And may the Father forgive you for everything else.
You're bloody right there, brother.
Bro! Собачурка какая-то стальная. Как качок. Скоро. По сути дела, я сюда забежал, потому что тут было что-то интересное. В прошлый раз, когда забегал, когда самолично играл, и тут был какой-то базар. И поэтому я решил в русской версии тоже сюда забежать, посмотреть, о чем же все-таки шел тот разговор. Оказывается, вот о чем. Так. Собачка! Эй! Ты где? А, вот он. Хочу показывать синенький-то. Ну ладно. Вообще разговоров-то дофига. Вот сейчас будет махач небольшой.
So, Celtigar, you were as excited as a virgin to see your hero behead that poor Gorold, weren't you?
Watch your tongue, peasant. Low-born scum like you often end up the same way.
Oh, just listen to him! Still with his milk teeth and he wants to roar. Who knows, you little shit? I may even have been the one to squirt you into your mother's belly.
С твоей-то рожей.
One more word like that, and I'll send you back to the shit heap where you were born.
Shut up. Knight or thief. You are all brothers now, and equal before the gods. You will fight only when I order you to.
Pardon me. My vows should be stronger than my roots.
Oh, indeed, my lamb. Here, you're officially brother to swine and rapers.
Since I must train you, I'll show you why you must stay united. Attack me, one at a time.
А, это по области. По области нам пока не надо. Используйте ранение врага, вы оглушаете его, наносите серьезный урон. Так он восстанавливает энергию. А, во, истекает кровь, значит можно вот это накласть, и вот он теперь у нас в стане. Супер.
Patrick, Poddy, approach. Let me see what you're made of.
Время пришло показать вот это вот. Неплохо. Не хочет.
At ease. Moors, we must speak. I've just returned from the infirmary with some very sad news. Maester Aemon could do nothing to save the boy. He has succumbed to his wounds. They were too grave.
I will make the culprit pay.
I knew that I could count on you. Before he died, the boy had enough strength to give us the name of his tormentor. He is one of ours. Cregan.
Cregan? First Gorod deserts, and now one of our best veterans betrays his vows?
You know what I expect from you, Moors. Cregan is leading the Western Patrol. They left this morning.
I will leave immediately. Shall I take the new brothers with me to track down Cregan?
They may still smell like summer, but I need them to learn how to patrol the wall. On the other hand, you'll have to do without Patrick. The builders need him.
All right, Jaw. Cregan certainly is a big fellow.
I know.
Pardon?
He's almost as good a fighter as you. Do not endanger your new brothers too much. We're too short of men to waste them. If you hurry, you should be able to catch up with him in the ruins of the Ice-Marked Fort.
Understood.
One final thing. I received a raven bearing news that concerns you. A knight in the service of the King's Hand is riding towards Castle Black. He is coming, especially to speak to you.
The Hand of the King, eh? I wonder what he wants with me.
I was actually hoping that you could enlighten me on that matter.
My life belongs to the Night's Watch, Jaw. I left the Game of Thrones behind long ago.
So be it. May the gods speed you.
Listen here, you crows. We meet at the West Gate and leave within the hour.
Patrick!
А какой из них одет? Что все равно фигня у него продается какая-то. Отвали.
Pray excuse me, Sir Moors. I would like to ask you a few questions, if you have the time.
Go ahead and ask.
Here at Castle Black, the brothers tell many tales about you. They speak of the legendary battles you fought before joining the Night's Watch, and about how you earned the name the Butcher, faced with the barbarians from beyond the wall.
The wildlings? Just what do you think you know about them, lad?
I heard that they're bloodthirsty barbarians who worship the White Walkers and mate their women with the others. They sometimes try to claw their way over the wall to steal our women and destroy our land, thirsting for our blood.
The same old stories. The White Walkers, the others. The wildling legends about the others are even worse than ours. They don't worship them at all. In fact, they fear them. They have much more to fear than we do, because they don't have the wall. If the White Death were to come, nothing would protect them. But men love to fear myths. We've been waiting for them for 8,000 years, and nobody's ever seen the others, nor the White Walkers. The wildlings are a real danger. However, they are normal men, like any other, which is exactly why they are such a threat. They attack when they're hungry, or when their balls are too full. There's nothing more dangerous than a hungry man.
To be starving and ready to do anything to survive. I've been there. That's why I ended up here.
Enough talk. Listen, Kragan is well liked by...
По-моему, нет ничего опаснее неудовлетворенного мужчины, нежели голодного.
To us going after him. Be ready for anything. If there's trouble, stay together. Keep an eye on the brother fighting by your side, and all should be fine.
By the Seven, I hope that it won't come to us fighting our own brothers.
What? You're not from a fighting family, Pod? Oh, it feels just like home to me.
Right. Quiet now. We have a mission to accomplish. The Lord Commander is counting on us.
Я говорю, тут диалогов больше, чем самой игры, на самом деле.
Ruins. Is there nothing left alive along the wall?
I'm so cold. It's even worse than I'd imagined. I can't feel my feet anymore.
Silence. It's still summer, and this... This is not a good sign. They never move alone. We've rarely seen these dogs so close to Castle Black. And Kragan's patrol should be here already. We need to find out more.
But there are only 4 of us. Could there be more of them?
4 brave sworn brothers of the Night's Watch.
Kragan, what happened here?
The butcher's here? You're too late. There are wildlings everywhere. I killed a few, but there are too many. 2 of them. Moors. They're beasts, I tell you. I did what I could do to save my lads by luring some of the bastards to me.
Why did your men go?
I sent them to try their luck. Crossing the bridge. Get out of here. If you want to live. Moors. Go.
Ну, честно скажу, монотонность, она в принципе присутствует, но Если вы играете в английскую версию и ничего не понимаете, то это ну и ужаснейшая просто игра, поскольку все завязано по большей части тут на сюжете. Сейчас же, естественно, все становится более понятным, и игра становится, естественно, интереснее. Мне не придется отсекать ему голову.
It cost him his life. I would have expected nothing less from that old bastard. When your time comes, do as he did, and take as many with you as you can.
We'll try to remember that, sir.
We must leave, Sir Mors. We don't have a chance.
Remember what happened to Gorold, Poddy.
If I must die, at least I'll plant my dagger in my killer's eye.
I hope that it will be so, Ronnet. Cregan was carrying the keys to the fort. They're probably still on his body.
Самое, наверное, неудобное это то, что надо 2 раза нажимать, прежде чем куда-то положить. То есть вот так вот не перетаскивается нажатием кнопки, зажатием точнее. Немного неудобно. Единственную сторону, какую можно выбрать, это класс, с которым вы будете драться. Дальше идет все тупо по сюжету. Увы. У нас 2 булавы есть. Да, кстати, тут каждое оружие, так скажем, под свой доспех. То есть, если доспех как такового нету, то это, по-моему, любое оружие подходит. Если легкий доспех, то подходят топоры. Ну, имеется в виду максимальный дамаг. Если кольчуга, то это мечи. Если полные латы, то булава. Это потом нам еще покажут. Так что, кстати, как вариант, можно поставить комбинацию вот такую. Это чтобы было против средних и сильных. Не, ну я не имею в виду, что прямо аж тупо. Это же фраза такая образная все-таки. Нет, не бей меня, не бей. Вот у него легкий доспех, а точнее его, по-моему, вообще нету. Поэтому делаем так. И так. Варсмит, честно, я не... Пардон, я что-то засмотрелся и меня убили. Ну, как тут говорят те, которые вообще смотрели фильм, то, по сути дела, это и по фильму, и по книге. Я лично не смотрел, поэтому ничего сказать не могу. Сейчас мы быстро доберемся тут. Я тут немножко засмотрелся на чат. А чё, они сами дохнут как мухи. Я тут ни при чем. Они все сами.
Never move alone. We've rarely seen these dogs so close to Castle Black. And Kragan's patrol should be here already. We
Ну
need
как
to
не
find
смотреть,
out
мне
more.
вопросики надо задают. Надо же на них иногда ответить. Бей его, бей! Давай, стандартный комбинейшн. И стан. За кольчугу мечи самое то вообще. Не хватает. А вот сейчас хватает. Вот иногда такое добивание бывает. Кинематографичное. Что-то ничего не валяется с них. Можно, но я не думаю, что все хотят их скипать. Если честно, если скипать все диалоги, то, честно скажу, игра будет вообще неинтересной. Ну если имеете в виду те, которые мы читали, то да. То есть на пробел тыкайте, и они спокойно проскипаются. Почему-то вот повторяется вся обучалка, хотя мы ее уже прошли вообще-то. В принципе, будет, если вы любители РПГ с большим количеством текста, то без проблем вы можете и почитать, и, в принципе, понять сюжет всей игры, и, может быть, даже часть книги, я не знаю, честно. Ну, слоумо такой. Руки-то тянет руки. Такой прямо, как будто магию хочет сделать какую-то. крутой, да, брутальный чувак. Диалоги еще будут, не переживайте, их на самом деле будет еще много. Опа. Заставили. О-о-о. О-о-о-о. Slow motion включается, когда нажимаешь пробел для выбора той или иной атаки. То есть вот у нас тут скиллы, я нажимаю просто пробел и... Тут, кстати, вот можно выбрать комплект оружия. У нас их всего 2. Ну, красиво как-то поворачивается. Только куда? Ну, почему налево поворачивается? Я ж бил этого. Ну ладно. Ну, как бы есть игра, надо ее посмотреть. А так решил постримить заодно. То есть, если кто знает, хорошо. Я-то как бы против ничего не имею этой игры. И вообще и фильма тоже против ничего не имею. Поэтому я как бы просто показываю, что есть такая вот игрушка, в которую фанаты могут спокойно поиграть, посмотреть. Если вы не знаете, что такое торт.фм, это игровое радио торт.фм. А я один из ведущих передачи «Эпоха потрындеть» как раз на этом игровом радио. Ну и вот решил ради разнообразия, поскольку совсем недавно заимел неплохое железо, попробовать постримить. Так, а ХП само по себе восстанавливается? Нет, интересно. Да, это РПГ. Даже не в итоге, а вообще. Sinvarus. Ник мой Sinvarus. По таким же никам и передачу. Господи, как он сильно бьет-то. Да, именно так, Sinvarus. Ой, это же моего человечка убили. Опять я зачитался. Так, давай, чувак, ты сам разбирайся с ним, а я тут побегу чуть-чуть. Что-то я истекаю в крови. Ну, вот опять убили. Ой, господи. Вот играл с щитом и мечом, что-то было гораздо проще. Ну, развалины. Да, кстати, тут где-то же есть... Да я не знаю, когда это сохранять, кстати, надо будет посмотреть, а то каждый раз что-то... Сохранение. А вот оно есть, блин, а я... Разиня. Разиня.
I'm so cold.
Так точно, торт.фм это игровое интернет-радио. Прямо в гугле можешь также вбить торт.фм, либо сайт торт.фм. Ну извините, ребята, я тут дохну, конечно, как собака.
They never move alone. We've rarely seen these dogs so close to Castle Black.
По-моему, 1-2, ну, поскольку очередь состоит всего из трех скиллов, то особо и париться не о чем. Вот я нажму 1-2. Ну да, в принципе, вот 1-2 может. Он сам бежит. Ну, прикольно то, что они в ножны кладут все свои кинжальчики.
Kragan.
Да, чувак, мы тебя уже слышали. Извини. Вы чего повторяете постоянно это вот? Чё без крови? Кровь есть. И много. Правда, не такая красочная, как вам хотелось бы, конечно. Так, попробуем тогда мы вот это вот 20, 16, 19. Поставить ее сюда. Мы сделаем вот так вот. А мне как бы не дали новых доспехов. Тут вот все, что есть, то есть. Нет! Не убивайте меня! Я холосый! Я холосый! Промах. Что-то миссы частенько. Мне не очень нравится. А я как бы и не задумывался о том, что может сохраниться, честно. Как-то отвлекся так немножко от самой этой мысли. Вот какой-то кожаный доспех мне дали. Сейчас попробуем его одеть, если он, конечно, получше. Ты-ты-ты. Ты-ты-ты. А вот у меня лучше. Так что одевать его не буду. Да, кстати, если вот мечи смотреть, да, вот 2 и 1 скорость. Достаточно медленная, а вот с кинжальчиком у него гораздо быстрее получается. Вот, 19. Ну ладно. А, во, еще что-то. Личные вещи разведчика еще может. Что-то я их раньше тоже не увидел. Так, вот здесь самый страшный бой, да, у нас получается. Значит, надо тут сохраниться. Супер. Теперь нам далеко бежать не надо. Не, мужики. 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 Стекает кровью и встан. Отлично. Так, а вот этот почему-то у нас очень и очень ранен. И он умер. Почему ты умер опять?
Watch out! That one's still moving. The bastard got rotted. I'll finish him off.
Не, бои не как в Dragon Age 2, а как в Dragon Age 1. То есть ты нажал одну кнопочку и происходит схил. А в Dragon Age 2 тебе все время надо нажимать на левую кнопку мыши, чтобы он бил.
Dogs like you always travel in packs. Your leader must be nearby. Where is he? Where is Gorn?
Shit on you, Crow!
You have a choice. Either spit it out and I finish you off cleanly, or else I'll take my time.
Go bugger yourself, old man!
А, ну да, есть тут такое.
Son of a whore! Ah! Enough! I'll tell you what you want to know!
Fine. What were you doing so close to Castle Black?
There were only 2 of us and our men. We just climbed over the wall.
You lie. You never could have crossed here.
Gord left a long time ago. I swear to it! Bastard crows! You're all out of your heads!
Speak, and I will put an end to your suffering. You'll give in either way. Everyone talks eventually.
It's true! Gorn planned it all! We came through the mountain passes to the west. We attacked several villages, but your men at Shadow Tower set that demon of Half-Hand upon us. Instead of going back the way we came, we traveled east. We gained some ground, but that bastard's patrol was still on our heels. Gorn led us here, because he knew that the gate of the wall at Icemark had been closed in haste. He always knows everything. We've been scratching at the wall ever since, digging like madmen in our quest to return home.
You're still lying.
I beg you, stop, please! No!
May the mother take you into her arms.
By the 7!
Silence!
May the demons of the 7 hells give him what he deserves!
That pillager could easily have killed you. And there are more of them in the ruins. Spare your curses and stay focused on staying alive, lad.
I understand. Those beasts truly are ferocious.
What are your orders, brother?
There's a whole clan of wildlings not far from here, and they know that we've spotted them. He mentioned Half-Hand. Corin Half-Hand is relentless. If he's tracking these wildlings, he'll get them. If I know Gorn, he's surveying the area and preparing an ambush to slow down the brothers of the Shadow Tower. We'll go down and keep them from getting the passage back open. They'll be stuck here, and our brothers can just finish them off.
Perfect. The dogs will be trapped.
And us with them!
We can't let this opportunity go. Gorn is one of the most dangerous leaders from beyond the wall. We've got to give it a try, and there are many brothers to avenge.
Не, жив другой. Нас же вроде было 5, что ли? Или 4. Раз, два, 3. Вот нас 3, а было нас 4. Вот он должен где-то валяться, но где-то потерялся. Итак, мы получили новый топорик. И новый шлемофон. Вот такой вот шлемофон. Теперь он больше похож на... Кстати, шлем очень знакомый. Где вот такие вот шлемофоны были? Кто помнит? По-моему, в Скариме, да? Или нет? А еще где-то были именно с черепушкой и рогами. Вот кто помнит? Ну, кроме Скарима где-то еще были. Так, ребят, на секунду мне надо еще открыть. О! Мне тут просто еще стрим на Кибергейм открыт. Надо как бы немножко пасти чат и тама. Так, продолжаем. А я не умею еще пользоваться 2 мониторами, на самом деле есть. Один просто монитор, а второй, на котором я сейчас стримлю, это у меня вообще телевизор 32-дюймовый. Кстати, собаки тут совсем забыл. Тут еще у меня... Да, по Игре Престолов сделано. На самом деле, я не знаю, есть ли в Steam русская версия. Вот эту версию я злощадно скачал. Только никому не говорите. Не, лук не хочу. Линку. Но если у вас... Тапочек точка нет. Но если у вас есть там аккаунт, то без проблем. Если нет, то вы придется искать в другом месте.
Don't worry, buddy. I saw worse in the Battle of Stag's Mount.
What? You were there, sir?
Concentrate on the present, Poddy. If memory serves me, you're not bad with a bow. Cover us from the balcony. Follow me.
At your command.
Вот паникер-то, а? Фу, таким быть. О, еще один. О, кстати, у нас появились скиллы нашего пса. Наш пес. Сейчас мы можем сказать ему: грызи ногу этому. Вот он грызет ему ногу. Кстати, прикольно выглядит. Вот тут у него идет откат, к сожалению.
Poddy, you stand here.
You can count on me, Westford.
Cover us as long as you can. Understood?
I'll do my best.
You'd best do better than that. It's our asses you're covering. We'll go down and stop them from reopening the ancient ice mark. So don't fall asleep.
Хо-хо-хо! Черепки. Еще брутальнее, почему-то он еще толще. А что такое апесю? А как я тебе его отдам? Он как бы не фигурируется как бы и нигде. То есть я и мое я. А, вот он. Ёлки-палки-моталки. А ему, по-моему, ничего дать нельзя. Ячейка заблокирована. Увы. Он еще подкрадывается один. Собака Цап. Ну как она уже подготовилась. Да, накидывайся на нее. Прям покромсал. Сапоги. Сапоги — это дело такое. Всего на 5, но при этом расход энергии меньше идет. Интересный подход, кстати.
Poddy is a craven wretch, but at least he can aim.
Ого, хо-хо-хо-хо. Так, кого бы тебе хватать-то? Хватаю вот этого. Поскольку этот на меня бежит, мы его сейчас... Может, слоуму посмотрим. Мочи козлу. Ну, слишком медленно. Песика обижают, песика! Не обижают. Эй, чуть не то откуда. Жаль, анимация одинаковая.
Black blood. Those pillagers have dug faster than I realized. The door's almost open again. I'm certain that other wildlings are waiting on the other side of the wall for Gorn's tribe to open the door. We still haven't seen him, by the way. Be on your guard, Celtigar.
Some Moors. Look behind us. There are more coming.
Так спокойно говорит. Сзади.
They came
Там
from
кто-то
behind.
есть. Мужик, а чё ж ты не используешь никакие скиллы? Увеличивай защиту и ударами. О, сохранение. Супер.
Watch out up there!
Moors, the gods have given me a feast of crows today.
Gorn, you finally show your face.
This time it's between you and me. Kill the boy.
Ушки на ремнях. Ну вот, еще одного убили.
The butcher is mine. Don't interfere. After you die, I'll be a legend. Women will fight for my seed. I'm going to bleed you, old man.
Ну реально, как каменный век.
If you knew how many times I've heard that. You're already dead to me, Gorn.
Ладно, это мы потом заюзаем. Пока сделаем таким образом. Да? Один. Теперь один на несколько. Ну, проблема, наверное. Ну, я бы поставил, наверное, где-то 5 из 10, если брать именно саму игру. Без учета фанатизма к сюжету. Потому что, ну, ничего особенного. Для фанатов она не более того. Играть, если честно, не особо интересно. Для тех, кто знает вообще фильмы, читал книгу, всем, да, будет очень интересно. Наш был так, а?
Sworn brothers of the Night's Watch! Fire!
«15 лет назад вы покинули ключи и старинные владения вашей семьи, как старший сын лорда Рейнальда Сарвика, вассала влиятельной семьи Ланнистеров. Кто такие Ланнистеры, даже не знаю. Однажды вы должны были унаследовать эти земли. Но вы убежали из Вестероса, Змеиного гнезда, где кипела борьба за престол королевства. Начав новую жизнь, вы пересекли узкое море и поселились в вольных городах». Откуда я знаю, кто такие Ланнистеры? Не знаю таких. Вдали от интриг, паутины власти сотканные жрецы бога Регелора оказали вам теплый прием. Вскоре вы стали одним из них, хотя эта вера и не пользуется почетом у вас на родине. Но от прошлого нельзя спрятаться. После длительного отсутствия возвращаясь на родину в ключи. Выключи.
Finally, we come to River Spring. 15 years ago, it was one of the region's most flourishing.
Так, ребят, смотрите эту заставочку, а я пока отойду.
На
5 минут сделаем перекур. После этого там будет выбор следующего персонажа, то есть это идет новая ветка.
That said, his death didn't surprise many people. The poor man was but a shadow of his former self since the disappearance of his eldest son. They say that his daughter is the one who makes decisions since then, and you can see where that has led.
River Spring. It is much changed.
Have you been here before?
А я же сказал, что я отходил. Вы бывали здесь? Очень
I
давно.
used to live in River Spring. I left 15 years ago.
Yes, that was a while ago. Back then, the town was still prosperous.
What happened?
I don't know the details, but I think it had something to do with the eldest Sarwick boy leaving.
I must go to the castle.
Oh? And, if I may ask, what would a red priest like you be doing here?
I am here for the burial ceremony. I am the son of Reynold Sarwick.
How so? You're much too old to be
Gawain
Sarwick.
Сейчас дам ссылку.
Gawain is my young brother. I am the elder, Alistair.
Father above? After so long? We thought you had disappeared. My sympathies for your father. I did not recognize you.
My god R'hllor now watches over him. Thank you for the crossing, ferryman.
Вы Алистер. А помните, Алистер уже был в Dragon Age? Сын влиятельного лорда западных земель. Вас ждало блестящее будущее, место лорда ключей. Ключи. Ключи, это круто. Но после восстания Багратиона, вы вынуждены были бежать в вольные города, чтобы найти там утешение в вере в Р'глора, бога света и любви. Название, конечно, для такого бога немного страшновато. Теперь вы будете красный жрец в храме Бравоса, посвятивший жизнь религии и преданный своему богу. Ваш наставник связался с вами, и вы возвращаетесь домой на похороны отца. Прошлое настигло вас, и теперь вам придется снова встретиться с теми, кого вы оставили 15 лет назад. Не знаю, перевод не мой. Наемник, лучник, водяной плесун. Плесун. Звучит. Умело совмещает приемы защиты и нападения. Он не признает плесун, поэтому. Угу. По идее должен работать. Сейчас вот покажу даже. Если вы туда зашли, вот он работает. Кибергейм ТВ Sinvarus. Просто на тортовском аккаунте не я сижу, а мой коллега зашел через него и просто подправил немножко настройки, поэтому через мой стрим, так скажем, все это идет. Так, кого вы? Подвижный опытный воин, он быстро приспособил любой ситуацию. Лучник мне вообще не понравился, если честно, я пробовал как-то ему. Давайте возьмем водяного плесуна. И ловкость ему. Не, ловкость и выносливость. Чтобы он не так быстро дох. Так, обездвиживание, урон. Контратакуй. Итак, продолжаем. Так. Для тех, кто только что к нам присоединился, это игра престолов. Новая совсем игра практически. 2012 года. Стрим происходит от радио торт.фм. С вами Sinvarus. И вот мы продолжаем стримить эту игру, смотреть, что это такое вообще.
What do you propose to do?
It's been too hard for too long. It's time to revolt. We must take matters into our own hands. We'll take up arms.
Не, порнушки не будет. Увы, это не Ведьмак.
You should be careful. If you keep attracting attention this way, the guards will lock you up in the dungeons, or worse.
Perhaps in the time of Lord Reynald, the Curt. But do you see many guards pacing the streets now? The army of River Spring is but a shadow of what it was. You obviously know nothing of the misery we suffer here.
Не видел.
That may be, but I do know that violence is answered with more violence. This path never ends well.
We're already suffering. What is it to us if we die of hunger or by a sword?
What has happened here? These lands were once thriving.
It's the Lords. It's been too long since they cared about what happens in their own lands. Neighboring lords have taken the chance to grab some of our land, and nothing is done to stop it. And now that Lord Sarwick is dead, it will only get worse. We must do something.
But there are still Sarwicks in River Spring.
Don't make me laugh. The eldest fled years ago. As for the others, they're no better than he. Anyway, this concerns only the people of River Spring, stranger.
So be it. I pray that your choices will not lead you to reckless acts. May R'hllor light your path through the shadows.
Where's Preston? How long has it been since you sold a single ounce of butter? We can't afford to buy your butter, brother.
Ничего интересного. Бежим по стрелочке, короче. Мужик, я тебе дал, но такой функции чуть не предусмотрено.
Forgive my boldness, noble stranger, but I cannot let you walk into certain death like that.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm not sure of the customs in the free cities nowadays, but I wouldn't dream of entering Westerer's arm like that. And yet, as the smith labours day and night for us, it so happens that I sell the finest weapons. Blunt, cutting, perforating. You know what they say, my lord. Don't buy your blade until you know what you plan to stick it into.
Tell me more about cutting weapons.
The most popular. I know of no weapon passed down through families that is not a sword, my lord, and there are good reasons for that. Cutting weapons are especially designed to fight against light armor such as leather, and even the skin underneath. Do you need more information?
Tell me more about perforating weapons.
An enemy full of holes is considerably less frightening, isn't he? Piercing weapons are especially designed to fight against medium armor, such as chainmail. Do you need more information?
Tell me more about blunt weapons.
Ah, the pure power of a mace. Our good king would certainly approve. Blunt weapons are especially designed to fight against heavy armor such as plate. They crush it. Can you see? Bam! Do you need more information?
I have things to do.
Don't hesitate to come back and see me in the Merchant Square. I weep to see you so ill-equipped in this town. And don't forget you'll be wanting armor. After all, no matter the weapon you face, simple clothes will not protect you.
И вот нам показывают, что топоры лучше для кожаных, мечи, естественно, для кольчуги и булава для лад. Напоминает чем-то Assassin's Creed. Только не было вот такой вот висюльки.
Not the elder Sarwick's son? Nah, couldn't be.
We haven't seen him in 15 years. One too many horns of ale today?
Halt, priest. This town is in mourning. Access to the castle is closed during the ceremony.
I'm actually here to attend Lord Sarwick's burial.
I'm afraid that's not possible. I'm under strict orders to only allow entry to close kin. With the villagers' current grumblings, we don't want to risk problems.
I am Lord Reynold Sarwick's eldest son, and I am here to attend my father's funeral.
His eldest son? Do you take me for a fool? I have been at my post for more than 5 years, and I have never once seen your face.
It has been more than 5 years since I left River Spring. Please call on Mr. Harwin. He knows of my arrival.
Well, we'll see about that, but I doubt he'll come here for you. The ceremony's about to start. John, go find Maester Harwin.
What is going on here? Why has John gone for the Maester?
Ryman, it's me, Alistair.
Several hells! Alistair? Graydon, I told you only family. That excludes peasants, dogs and cravens who abandon their families.
Enough, Ryman. However long I was absent, this house is still mine.
How dare you! You disappeared without so much as a goodbye years ago, and now you return as if nothing happened.
The reasons for my exile are mine alone. I owe you no explanation.
I care about your reasons? It's your fault that Lord Sarwick is dead.
You've lost your head, cousin.
Your departure destroyed him. He was never the same again.
Your judgment is clouded, Ryman. I can smell the ale on your breath from here.
What? Stand back! I'll make you eat your words, priest!
Прикольно, контратака такая. На каждую его атаку находится еще одна атака.
Enough. Do you not think we have enough dead here?
Mr. Harwin?
Alistair, finally. I prayed for your return.
This traitor no longer has his place here, Maester Harwin. He abandoned his castle and his family.
7 gods. Get a hold of yourself, Ryman. I wrote to him to invite him to Lord Sarwick's funeral.
I prefer to leave than to hear more of this.
Alistair, what a relief it is to finally see you. I had help from my contacts in Bravos to inform you of your father's death. The funeral will be in the Godswood. The ceremony has already begun.
Why is it not held at the Sept?
It would be if it were not in ruins. River Spring is suffering on all fronts, I fear. Let us go now. Come with me, Alistair. Let us speak as we walk.
What happened here, Maester? How could my father allow things to get to this point?
You know, after you left, Lord Reynold changed. He began to live more and more in the past, and stopped taking care of his duties. Your sister quickly found herself managing more than she should have.
Eliana helped my father govern?
Well, these last few months, she's practically run the house herself. In spite of her efforts, she was unable to slow the inevitable ruin of her lands without a lord. But all is not so dark. Many of your father's vassals remain faithful to their oath. They have all come to the burial in order to honor his memory. We will speak of all this again after the ceremony. Let us make haste, I beg of you.
Hello, Red Priest. I am Lady Eliana Sarwick, daughter of the late Lord Sarwick. You are just in time for the ceremony. Were you close to my father?
You have changed much in 15 years, little sister.
Alistair, why have you returned? We don't need you here.
Harwin told me of father's death. It was my duty to come.
15 years without any news. And he had to die for us to see you again. You would have done better to stay where you were.
I do not doubt that my departure was difficult for you.
Difficult? To say the least. Your disappearance was our father's ruin.
Do you know how long I cried after you left? And how long I hoped for news of you?
I am sorry. I left Westeros without once turning back, it's true. I understand your reaction. It must have been unbearable for you. But I had to leave. Know that I never forgot you.
That's easy for you to say. And you should know that we here learn to live very well without you.
I understand your reaction, Eliana.
I doubt it. Go pay your last respects to father. We will speak later.
May the stranger, the eternal outcast, now guide you to the Father. And may he judge you fairly and deliver you from the torments of the seven hells. Your qualities were many.
His example.
Above all else, you placed the prosperity of the family, so valued in the eyes of the Sarwicks. What you accomplished.
Who is that man?
I believe that is the elder Sarwick, the one who disappeared. He has certainly changed, but I recognize him.
How could you desecrate our father's body that way?
I desecrated nothing. I performed the final kiss, the tribute that priests of R'hllor pay to the dead.
You may be a Red Priest, but you should respect the beliefs of Riverspring.
I did not intend to be disrespectful, little sister.
Do not think that it is easy for me to speak with you after all this time.
Please, Eliana, listen. I left Westeros without a goodbye, and you have every reason to be angry with me. 15 years ago, the war that King Robert Baratheon fought to claim the throne forced me to commit deeds which haunt me still. The very idea of returning to you was too painful. I did the only thing left for me to do. I left and began a new life elsewhere. Not long ago, I received a letter from Maester Harwin telling of Father's death. I could no longer hide myself. It was time to confront my past. What I regret the most, Eliana, is that by fleeing to the other side of the waters, it is you whom I wounded.
All these years, I have thrown a veil over your memory. And you return at the moment when everything is in turmoil. I must be alone for the moment. I will see you later, Alistair.
Take your time, little sister. I understand.
Alistair, Maester Harwin would like to speak with you. He awaits you in the castle courtyard. And if I may add, you should be ashamed of that kiss during the ceremony.
My thanks, Ravella. I shall go and see him.
I am not sure there is more to discuss between us, Alistair. I am sincerely sorry for your loss. You know how much your father meant to me. Unless you are truly ready to listen to me, it would be best that you leave.
As you wish.
Ah, Alistair. There you are. Please leave us. So, you're not too unsettled by the situation here?
I spoke to Eliana. She has still not accepted my absence.
That's not surprising. She has suffered much since you left. She had toughened against the pain. But now that you are back, she would not know how to react.
I understand her anger. I pray for things to improve with time.
You are not the sole cause of her unhappiness. As I told you, Eliana took over managing the lands when your father began to fade. She moved heaven and earth to try to get River Spring out of this mire.
Our family has always served House Lannister with loyalty. What have they done to help us?
For 15 years your father refused to speak with them, but after his death, Eliana requested an audience with Queen Cersei Lannister. The audience did not go well, and the Queen will only help us once River Spring has a new lord at its head. So your sister worked towards this end. River Spring has belonged to House Sarwick for generations. Eliana has refused to marry a lord from any other house. So, the Queen has chosen a man for your sister.
Who is it?
Valar, your father's bastard son. Your half-brother.
Valar? I left Westeros hoping never to hear that name again. It is out of the question for my sister to marry him. He shares our blood. How can the Queen condone a marriage which goes against nature?
You realize that if Eliana were to wed another lord, she would take her husband's name. Being a bastard, Valar has no family name. It was the only solution to keep River Spring for House Sarwick.
What has changed? He was but a simple squire when he went off to war with me. Only a knight may marry a lady.
Valar rose through the ranks and was knighted. The Queen took him into her service.
But Valar served House Sarwick. How did he get close to the Queen?
Seeing him return alone from the war, your father blamed him for your disappearance. No matter how much Valar claimed to work for the prosperity of House Sarwick, your father wouldn't hear any of it. He cursed him and chased him away from River Spring for good. Your half-brother was mad with rage and left seeking vengeance. Apparently, he spent several years at the Citadel, using education to compensate for his low birth.
A maester cannot become a lord.
He never became maester, but stopped at the rank of acolyte. He learned the art of war, studied the higher mysteries, and forged links. He was then thrown out of the Citadel several years later for studying the forbidden arts. He's been a sellsword ever since. His reputation spread quickly, and royal ears heard of him. In 2 years, he went from simple soldier to the Queen's Guard. He moves in the shadows. The nobles of the court fear him.
How do you know all of this?
I went with your sister to the Red Keep in King's Landing for her audiences with the Queen. It is there that I learned what I know of him.
Valar. He has taken too much from me already. I cannot just stand by while he marries my sister.
There is something else of which we should speak. I would have liked to spare you this. I do not believe that your father's death was an accident. There are certain indications that lead me to believe that he was poisoned.
Are you sure?
Believe me, Alistair, I know this subject. The Strangler is a difficult poison to detect, but it leaves certain traces that cannot be caused by anything else.
And you have no idea who it could have been?
I am not certain, but there are rumors of a possible culprit.
Tell me who it is.
This may overwhelm you, but the rumors say that it is your younger brother, Garwin.
Garwin? He was but a child when I left.
He and Lord Reynold had some serious quarrels, and he disappeared on the very night of your father's death. We've had no news of him since.
Why? Why would he have done such a thing?
Maester Harwin, The people are rebelling. Rioting has broken out throughout the town.
With all of this festering discontent, it was only a matter of time before this happened.
О, Господи, паника. Одну секундочку, подождите, пожалуйста. Тык-тык-тык-тык-тык-тык. Ну, может, он не мог себе это позволить. А может, он не до конца еще владеет этой магией.
Tell me, does the River Spring Guard have the situation under control?
For now, they are securing the entrances to the castle. Barricades protect us from a direct attack. But the streets are inaccessible to us. We have too few men. The guard is overwhelmed.
Who is behind this revolt?
I think I know who leads them. I crossed paths with a certain Tyrek when arriving, a rabble-rouser, telling the people to take up arms.
Tyrek? I heard some guards
Вообще много общего с книгой, с фильмом.
How did things get this far out of hand?
Well, the lords left the castle after the burial, with their fine clothes and all, whereas the villagers are starving. All of this flaunted wealth must have pushed them too far. Everything erupted. The villagers began to attack the lords, taking them hostage.
You said that the revolt is being led from the main square. We must go there immediately.
Captain Ryman says that it's impossible. Our men are barely managing to keep them at bay at the castle doors. There are not enough of us to attempt an escape.
Where is Captain Ryman?
He is at the doors. He's
Ryman?
the one that ordered the barricades.
7 hells! If Ryman deals with it, the revolt will end in flames and bloodshed.
River Spring has already suffered too much.
Ну, вот эти вот герои, которым я играю, они считаются как бы главными героями вообще всех событий игры или нет?
You are a Sarwick. Act as a liege, Lord Alster, and know that your acts will have consequences.
I will do what must be done.
I am sure you will.
Та-та-та-та. Бежим на разборки.
Well, well, look who's here. Dear Alistair. What have you come for, my good cousin?
I hope you're thinking more clearly than you were earlier.
I have no lessons to learn from a coward.
Let's not start that again. Ryman, I did not come here to fight with you. What can you tell me of the situation here?
We've almost regained control of the southern part of town. My soldiers are about to clean it out. But in the marketplace there are still skirmishes between rioters and people loyal to our cause. Nobles who came for the ceremony are still being held hostage by rebels on the docks in the northern part of town.
Very well. Let's go, Ryman. I want to see this for myself.
Really? His lordship would like to see this for himself? Well then, I'd be happy to accompany you to see this. I cannot wait to see you reason with this gang of peasants. I hope that blade at your belt is not just for decoration. Here, take my flask. You might need it.
Кстати, книга каких годов? Современная или нет? Достаточно давно.
Open this gate. I'm going to town.
Understood.
What is going on here? There's an angry mob on the other side of the door. We closed the portcullis behind them. Ha! The idiots are stuck inside. But it should be fine. The door is strong.
Very well. Keep the door closed until further notice.
Very well, my lord. Back so soon, my lord? Have you changed your mind about those rebels trapped inside?
Open this door immediately. We'll try to reason with them.
I'm not sure that would be very wise, my lord. They're pretty wild in there. But if that's really what you want to do...
А, нифига себе, сразу же. Убейте их нафиг. Ишь ты какие. А, это ж контратака идет. Вразумить не получилось. Увы.
Open the door for the captain.
Stop! Leave that man be.
We're just taking back what is ours. These cursed lords have made our life hard for far too long.
Perhaps you want us to slit your throats, like the vultures you are.
You have not had an easy life up until now, but I will ensure that things will change. In the meantime, go calmly home and all will be well.
I won't risk my life for this shit.
For the shit.
Not so clever now that he's...
А, нет, меня убили. Войд, ну, как бы тебе сказать, как в Dragon Age, так и тут диалогов очень много достаточно. Единственное, в Dragon Age их больше в плане выбора. А здесь есть на что основываться, то есть это на книгу и на фильм.
The town has gone completely mad. We must stop this as soon as possible.
You have to knock these idiots around to get them to understand.
Not this time, Ryman. The people of River Spring are our responsibility. I'm going to put a stop to all this senseless killing.
Это да. Вот мне тут говорят, что в книге нет никаких старвиков. Надо сохраниться, а то меня опять убьют. О, сабелька торчит.
Do not stay here if you don't wish to end up like him. I warned you.
Ха-ха, я же не успел ничего сделать-то.
Spare me, I beg of you.
Did you listen to this man as he begged you for mercy?
But he just struts around in finery while we starve.
I should slit your throat for what you did. Leave here before I change my mind.
А, старвики это вассалы
You're a good man, my lord.
Ланнистеров. Робин.
What are you doing? This is no time to stand about. The town is rife with fire and bloodshed.
I know it better than most, my lord. I lost my 3 sons today. There's nothing to keep me here any longer.
Those guilty of this will be judged, be they villagers or guards. I will never again accept such madness within our walls.
The people who did that to my own blood, they'll pay too. May I live long enough to see that with my own eyes.
Ух ты, сколько их там, а? Я ж прям предчувствую, что меня сейчас накажут. Кстати, а тут что-нибудь есть? Деньга. Деньга, деньга, деньга. О.
Shit! The captain of the guard! We will kill all of these lords.
Bastards! They're going after the burial guests. How do you want to proceed, Alistair?
People of Riverspring, I am Alistair Sarwick. Why are you attacking these innocent people?
We've been dying of hunger for years, while these lords and ladies with their jewels just strut around us like peacocks.
Start by letting these people go. Nothing can be resolved while you still threaten them.
Free them? You must be joking. The port's merchants are all penniless. We ask only for enough to buy new wares
Игра
and reopen our
престолов
stalls.
называется.
Our lands are sick and the castle is low on coin. But these lords here are under my protection, and Riverspring will pay for their release. Ryman, hand them your purse. Eliana will repay you at the castle.
You have some guts. I'll make sure you repay me. Here, beggars. Now get out of my sight.
Thank you, Lord Alistair. You acted like a true lord.
Your talents as a diplomat are equal to your father's, Alistair.
Your compliment warms my heart, Garrison. You should take advantage of this calm to go home. The situation here should return to normal soon.
You're right.
You acted admirably, my lord.
What were you doing, ferryman?
The lords wanted me to help them leave the town, but these brutes attacked us before I could cast off the moorings. It's a good thing you arrived when you did. I didn't think I'd make it. Let me know if I can return the favor one day. Pay a ransom? You are aware that our coffers are empty.
Ну, пуста, ничего. С кем не бывает. А это уже Алистер, это не Морс. Фаербола, я думаю, позже будет, если посмотреть тут скиллов еще ого сколько. Так. А давайте сначала наверх.
Open the gate. I'm returning to the castle.
Very well.
А я же вроде не закончил. Нет, а давай обратно.
Open this gate. I'm going to town.
Understood.
А что, неужели драконы и здесь были? Так, тоже дофига человечков.
You are completely mad. Nothing good will come of this revolt.
You'd better think well, Baker. If you're not with us, you're against us.
Please, Preston, just listen to yourself. We've lived in the same town since we were little.
What's going on here? Attacking the castle guards wasn't enough for you. You have to fight amongst yourselves, too.
Ah, there are the guards. Milords, we are faithful to House Sarwick, and we're trying to calm them, but it's impossible to make them listen to reason.
Traitors! You wish to continue living in squalor and eating only what the lords shit out?
Silence! I am the son of the late Lord Sarwick. Who is behind this revolt?
He's a merchant who works at the port, goes by the name of Tyrek. He's well respected by the people of River Spring.
At least he's one of ours. He suffers with us and fights with us. He's the only one who's dared to act while we die in squalor.
I understand. I will ask that food from the castle be distributed, but first you must stop this revolt.
You would do that? Swear by the Seven, and we will put down our weapons.
The Seven are not my gods. I swear to keep my word by the divine light of R'hllor.
I know nothing of your god, but I trust your word.
The people will never be abandoned again. Trust me.
My thanks, milord. I was so afraid the situation would get out of hand.
Unfortunately, River Spring has seen too much of its own blood these last hours.
Tyrek promised them that there would be no innocent victims, and those poor sods believed him.
Giving up the castle's food. The villagers will be thankful for it, but it won't last for long.
Вот какое интересное отношение к богам, да, вот если взять то, что у нас сейчас творится в отношении к богам. То, что вот мы сейчас наблюдаем, совсем разные картины. На самом деле интересно, если бы также реагировали, будь то на веру Аллах. Не, Аллах не мой бог, но вот этим могу. Или что-нибудь типа подобное, да? А то друг на друга гонят бочку. Чё гонят, спрашивают, непонятно.
Ah, there you are, Captain. We were about to execute these men. They must learn who's in charge here.
These people must have committed serious crimes if
А ты мне подсказывал, я не знаю, как он действует. Я же Действую, как я считаю нужным.
The situation will only grow worse. Allow me some time to question.
What shall we do, Captain?
These vermin don't deserve such kind treatment. But fine. Let's see what my cousin is made of.
Tell us why you're here, friend.
They started it. We just came to ask for something to eat.
Shut your mouth, scum! You killed our men in the port, and you will pay for that!
This guard claims to have seen you at the port storehouse.
I was there with the others to demand food, my lord. But I'd already left when that guard got an axe through the head.
Let him go.
Very well.
This man was found near the dying body of one of our men. Look at him. He's pissed himself. You don't need more proof than that.
What were you doing near this guard's body?
I beg of you, my lord. I am innocent. I swear it by the Seven.
That is not what I asked. Why were you close to the body?
I am innocent. I did nothing. I killed no one.
This man apparently killed a guard.
Everything leads us to believe it, my lord. We found him carrying an enormous knife.
What were you doing carrying a knife?
Well, because I'm an apprentice to the butcher in the marketplace, my lord. I use the blade in my work, nothing more.
Did you find him with the blade in his hand?
No, we found it in his pouch, but the blade was caked with dried blood.
Кстати, рожа эти похожи на его.
Dried blood, you say? The blood would still be sticky and fresh if it belonged to our man. Let this man go immediately.
Very well, my lord. You're finally to die, you piece of shit.
I've nothing to do with all this. My lot kept out of it from the start.
I don't give a damn. You've been a pain in our asses for far too long.
What were you doing during the rioting?
I live in the inn overlooking the port with some friends. We haven't set foot outside since the revolt started. A group of armed guards arrived and dragged me off in the middle of a game of cards. So, that is River Spring justice, huh? Quick.
Я смотрю, только не понимаю, что значит робо вот это вот. Я просто не в ладах с современными вот этими. Робовойс? Я не понимаю, ребят, все равно. Давайте по-русски. В смысле, там со звуком проблема? Так вы и сказали.
This man has nothing to do with the current troubles. We're not going to start killing the people of River Spring without reason.
Next time you won't be so lucky, scum.
Thank you, my lord.
Сейчас нормально? О, отлично. Сейчас я выключу всякий звук. То показывает какую-то феньку, а я не понимаю, что это значит.
You'll pay for what you did, whore.
I wish you had been in your squalor's house as it burned.
If you set his house on fire, you do realize that a lord can cut off your hands for far less than that.
Please, don't cut off my hands, my lord. Your guard there. He took advantage of the rioting to violate my little sister. I found her in tears, unable to speak.
You can't call that rape. The girl didn't even put up a fight.
I'll get you and make you eat your own shit.
Мистер Симпл... Нет. Не знаю.
Your behavior is the cause of all this. You are the only person here who deserves punishment. Send him to the dungeons while I decide his fate. And let this woman go.
I cannot thank you enough, my lord.
Are you done, my lord?
Yes, but no one is to take such decisions in the future without telling me first. Try to at least hear what they have to say before passing sentence. Is that understood?
Yes, my lord.
My lord Sarwick, Tyrick, the leader of the revolt, has turned up at the castle doors. He will only negotiate with you.
The traitor.
А напишите, пожалуйста, кто такой Старк вообще?
It's time to put a stop to this
Чтоб я хоть имел небольшое представление, о ком речь идет.
If the people followed him, then this man earned their respect. He deserves to be listened to. Guard, tell him I'm on my way.
Very well, my lord.
Ну, я почитаю, конечно. Старкрафт. Да, кстати, очень похоже.
At last! The man who everyone is talking about? The famous Alistair Sarwick? We already spoke on the quay. You pretended you were just a foreigner. But now that you're with your guards, you finally show your true face.
This morning I was only a stranger. But the situation has changed, and I have to act. You are the man who started the rioting which led to a full revolt.
You know nothing of our problems. Your family sits warm in your castle while we die of hunger in the streets.
He proved that he is on our side today, Tyrek.
I've made decisions which may seem unjust to you, but they were for the good of Riverspring. Our town is where it is today because ties with the lords of the Westerlands have been cut. To bring our lands back to health, we must gain the trust and support of the lords.
Unfortunately, your efforts seem to be in vain, Alistair.
May the lords of the Westerlands rest easy. From now on, I will do everything in my power to restore Riverspring to its former glory.
You disgust me. You reveal yourself for what you are. Despite your actions during the rioting, you defend the privileges of the lords. Nothing changes. The people will continue to die of hunger, while the lords feast.
During the rioting, the people of Riverspring did not die of hunger. They died by the sword, Tyrek. Do you not take any blame for having brought about these massacres? Riverspring has suffered heavy losses on both sides, the people and the guards alike.
The Guard will fight to the end for the survival of Riverspring, but your decisions did not help us at all. You're so interested in gaining the people's love that you'll lead the town to ruin. You can't rule the town with weak actions.
The people no longer support you, Tyrek. Your cause means nothing now.
He's right, Tyrek. The rioting was foolery. Many of our people
А мне
died
Gears of War
today.
не очень
Leave it
нравится.
be.
Ну, то есть, сюжет интересно отслеживать, а вот сама игра, ну, одноразовая. Прошел, забыл.
But I know that it won't change, and we'll just keep dying.
I will rebuild Riverspring again if it costs me my life. And you will hear it all from the dungeons. Guards, take him away.
You succeeded, Lord Alistair. These riots very nearly destroyed Riverspring.
Harwin, you address me as Lord now?
Although you do not officially hold the title of Lord, you have shown that you have the soul of one. From this point forth, I shall address you as such.
I shall try to be worthy of your trust. The town may be appeased, but I could not please everyone.
It is difficult to lead. Your choices will always leave someone unhappy. The important thing is that you made decisions where others would simply let the situation deteriorate. The decisions you made today brought peace back to River Spring. That is all that matters.
He is right, Alistair. I never thought I would say this, but River Spring needs a man like you. It would be a shame for you to leave now.
Thank you, Ryman. Rest assured, I do not intend to leave. Not anymore.
Good to hear.
Now that this matter has been taken care of, I would like to carry on our discussion regarding my brother, Gawain.
Not here, Alistair. It has been a particularly delicate matter since the death of Lord Reynold. Find me at the castle.
Understood.
Я вот знаю, на PlayStation 3 вышла новая игрушка, очень прикольная, называется Dragon Dogma. Вот если есть у кого-то PlayStation 3, я бы посоветовал вам ее купить.
Alistair, it is important that I speak with you.
What is it, little sister?
I am sorry for the cold welcome during the burial. I lied to myself by saying that you no longer meant anything to me. When Harvey informed me that you were helping the rioting, I was afraid something would happen to you. I would never have forgiven myself.
Do not worry, little sister. I have returned.
Are you planning to remain at River Spring?
Ну, тогда вам повезло. Чё? Игра на самом деле прикольная. Что-то между Скаримом, Devil May Cry и Demon Soul.
I will restore River Spring to its former glory.
How do you intend to do that?
I have decided to seek an audience with the Queen at the Red Keep in order to reclaim my titles and inheritance.
You do not have to do that, Alistair. You know,
Red Dead, да, офигенная тема, но
if I
увы,
wed
только на
Valar, the
приставку.
Crown will once again recognize the sovereignty of a lord at River Spring and will agree to help us.
Yes, Harwin spoke of it to me, and it only reinforces my determination.
Don't be a fool, Alistair. If the Queen were to take insult from your approach, we could lose everything.
I know that, but this marriage would mean the end of River Spring.
Мне Dogma, если
You
честно,
do
даже
not know the
побольше
true
понравилось.
nature of Valar.
I am well aware of that vulture's reputation. He and I have nothing in common, but unfortunately he is close to the Queen. House Lannister is the richest house in Westeros, and one of the most powerful. With a faithful vassal such as Valar, they will surely help us.
I see your point of view, sister, but I will not allow Valar to share a future with House Sarwick. I spoke to Harwin, and he told me that father had banished him, and rightly so. I would not have you make such a sacrifice to keep River Spring in the family.
I'm sorry, but I cannot share your optimism, brother. I hope your words will move the Queen. I bid you take leave and speak with Harwin now.
Кстати, кто не покупал Diablo 3 русскую-то версию? И вообще, кто не покупал с Diablo 3?
Let's speak now that we are alone, Harwin. Tell me of Gawain. I remember little of him as a child. He was restless, but not bad at heart.
Просто сейчас появилась русская версия, я могу, в принципе, постримить, если интересно.
Your father had become increasingly strained these past few years.
To what extent?
Well, their arguments had become increasingly violent. Several days before his death, your father disinherited Gawain. As a son of a noble family, to be disinherited is a fate worse than death. This could be reason enough
Игра престолов больше нравится, да?
the unforgivable.
But there is no solid evidence of that, is there?
No, just theory. However, since this happened, Gawain has disappeared.
Would you know where he might have gone?
He enjoyed visiting your men, sir, in King's Landing.
I happen to be going there to seek an audience with the Queen. I will see if I can find him. My priority is to get my titles back. I will become the lord of these lands as my father.
Ну, я бы не сказал, что Diablo 3 неинтересна. Она неинтересна, потому что она, опять же, была на английском. На русском, я думаю, там есть что послушать, почитать. По крайней мере, я сегодня буду смотреть, может, позже. Может, постримлю, если будет возможность. Про «Властелин колец», в принципе, онлайновая версия неплохая, но, увы, они все убили своим вот этим глупым каким-то донатом, который не продуман нифига. Хоть он вроде как и не влияет ни на что, потому что игра по большей части ПВЕ, но все равно как-то стало играть не очень приятно. Ух ты!
Good evening, Master Betharius.
What news from your stay on the other continent?
Почему-то мне это напоминает... Маш, не помнишь, где был такой огненный? В Поттере, во, вспомнил. В Гарри Поттере был. А там тоже из камина такой. Сириус, да, Сириус Блэк.
The news is quite dark, I'm afraid. I pray that R'hllor will light my path. My family and my house have not fared well. I cannot return to Bravos. I must take my rightful place here.
The night is dark and full of horrors, my brother. I understand that you may not leave your people to wander blindly, far from the light of R'hllor. But in making this choice, does it mean that you have decided to leave our order?
I did not say that. I am and will remain devoted to R'hllor until I die. The fact that I remain in Westeros in no way changes my dedication to our temple. Quite the contrary.
What do you mean?
I believe that our organization would do well to have a Lord of Westeros devoted to our cause. The light of R'hllor will shine upon my subjects and neighbors.
I see. Well, we can only encourage such initiative. Our order has little representation on the continent of Westeros.
I may need you to send me Denyo to help me in this task.
It will be done. No more than the two of you. I will inform the rest of the clergy of your decision and your devotion, Master Alistair. May the light watch over you.
I thank you, Master Betharius. May the light watch over you as well.
Ох, и кто-то следит за сюжетом. Поэтому я не пропускаю все эти диалоги, хотя есть возможность. Молодец.
River Spring has recognized his authority, and it would seem that he has decided to stay for good.
Indeed. I spoke to him about it, and he has decided to take on his responsibilities here.
Maester Harwin, do you truly believe that he has a chance of changing the Queen's mind?
Have confidence in your brother, Ilyana.
I don't doubt my brother. I doubt Valar.
Worry not, little sister. Prepare for my voyage. I'm leaving for King's Landing in order to request an audience with the Queen. R'hllor as my witness, I will be the new master of River Spring.
Возвращаемся к Морсу. Рискуя собственной жизнью, вы могли предотвратить нашествие одичалых. Это великая победа для ночного дозора. Вам удалось избавить дар от одного из самых опасных вожаков одичалых. Но за это пришлось заплатить кровавую цену. Погибли все бойцы вашего патруля, и вы сами едва избежали гибели. В одиночку сражаясь с целым кланом, вы уже чувствовали ледяное дыхание смерти. Но тут подоспели братья, которые совершили разгром врага. Вы успели увидеть, как они вступают в бой и потеряли сознание? Что?
Morse! Morse! By the gods, Morse. Only you would take on so many wildlings on your own. I was afraid we'd arrived too late.
Indeed. But at what price? My men are dead, as well as those from Kragan's patrol.
In spite of our losses, it is a good day for the Night's Watch. Gorn and his curs would have bled our ranks for years to come.
Despite all that, I owe my life to you and your men.
My honor for the war. My life for my brothers.
Corin. There was another ranger with me. A little thief from Flea Bottom. I stationed him up there with his bow. Did you see him?
Neither him nor his body. You're the only survivor we found.
I see. I'll try to find out what happened to him. I must find him before reporting to Lord Commander Mormont.
The Night's Watch lacks the strength it once had. The wildlings should never have been able to travel this far in the gift.
Take nothing for granted. Nothing lasts forever. We know that better than anyone.
I'll have my men sweep the area until our builders arrive to block up the opening. We'll take care of the slain. Good luck finding the boy, brother.
My thanks. I am greatly indebted to you, Corin.
Ужас! Головы, уши и олень. Ну чё они с ушами? Надо было и ему уши тоже оторвать. Итак, бежим искать нашего подопечного.
Very well. I left Poddy over there. Where did he go? He was supposed to... Something happened here. If Gorn's men had killed Poddy, there would be traces of blood. He must have dropped his bow and abandoned this position when Gorn came upon us. I'll follow his tracks to find out where he ran off to.
Другие интересные запахи. What the fuck? Ну вот. Все повисло нахер. Интересный запах привел. Как же вы думаете, к чему? К крашу игры. Так, на мне головы еще не висят. Не висят. Значит, надо. Головы.
Very well. I left Poddy over there. Where did he go? Something...
А чё себе лицо закрыл? Он управляет собакой? Пес ничего не чувствует. Ага. Вот он как, оказывается, побежал. Волки воют.
The footprints show that Poddy was alone. There can be no doubt. The Craven wasn't being chased by wildlings. He just ran. He headed south through the forest, straight towards Molestown. If I don't catch him before he gets to the village, I'll lose his trail for good.
Лаксикос, ты название просто напиши. Может, я что посоветую. Не, Войт, мне далеко не на выход. Что это? Варг. Не варг, а враг.
This boy seems hot-tempered. I can feel his hostile nature.
В принципе, если он не стоит 2000, то можно.
From here.
Рублей за 500.
My lord, you're a brother of the Night's Watch, are you not?
Yes. Why?
No reason. I was just curious. It's rare to come across your sort alone in the forest.
Tell me. I'm searching for one of my companions. Another black brother. Have you seen him?
Ну, если хочешь пофаниться, то в принципе можно. Я в Смакдаун, например, играл последний раз на PlayStation 2, разве что.
But what brings you here?
Nothing special. We're always traveling here and there. We buy, we barter, we sell.
You should join them. These woods may be under the protection of the Night's Watch, but it is not safe to walk here alone.
Very well, my lord.
А давайте сюда побежим. Ух ты, какие люди. Палево, палево, палево.
Silence. Someone's coming.
О, кто-то идет. Представь себе. Уже подошел.
Good day, my lord.
I crossed paths with a young man who claimed to be traveling in the area with his family. I imagine he was talking about you?
Indeed. He told us that he'd run into a brother of the Night's Watch. I understand you're searching for one of your companions.
Indeed.
A young man, dressed in black, eh? Yes, we saw him. He didn't stop, just took off running like a fox. Aaron, do you want to show our Night's Watch friend the way?
Very well.
You don't see many crows around.
I hope so. You know of Molestown, correct?
There are whores there. So, inevitably.
Exactly. And a Black Brother's place is at the wall, not between some whore's thighs.
Oh, well, a bit of fucking never hurt anyone.
That's not the issue. And anyway, it's none of your business.
I see.
Greetings, my lord, from the Night's Watch. Well played. Another fool falls into our trap.
I don't like your tone.
Oh, no reason to get upset. If you cooperate, we won't do you any harm. Give me your purse, your boots, your weapons, and all the rest of your valuables.
You don't know who you are speaking to, scum.
Indeed. A brother of the Night's Watch. Funny, isn't it? You're in charge of keeping the peace, and we've gone and robbed you.
Have you ever noticed how sometimes you come across a man best left alone? I am such a man.
That man is completely mad.
2 little whelps and their father. I won't even break a sweat.
You're right. After all, the more madmen, the merrier. This way, my friend. We have a customer.
I prefer this.
Since you don't wish to cooperate, we'll just help ourselves.
Так. Тебе бы взять вот этого, например, за ногу. Хо-хо! Сразу всех и положил.
My lord, spare me.
Его зовут Клей.
I'll tell you where our stash is buried. You won't regret it. You'll be rich.
Клей.
Tell me where you hid it. I want details.
We buried the coin we collected. It's in the area surrounding the campfire. You'll find it easily. Half of our loot is tucked away behind the bushes. There's a little hidden place, and the rest was buried near the hollow trunk, at the top of the hill. Now I beg of you, keep your promise and let me go.
What promise? Your coin will feed the Night's Watch, and you will feed the crows. These imbeciles can always try their tricks in the 7 hells.
Абордажная сабля.
Now let's return to Poddy.
Это круто, конечно. Ага, наверху. А честно говоря, он ничего и не собирал. Это я просто стырил доспех одного из вожаков каких-то. Так, Пэс, давай унюхивай тут. Как раз пахнет.
They had hidden it well, but you need more than that to fool me. This coin would serve us better, rather than waste it on whores.
Пёсик, эй! Тормоз. Так, а что это фиолетовое? Что-то я не вкуриваю, там что-то блестить. А, это луна блестить. А, вот он, проход. Собака, давай.
It wasn't so difficult to find after all. Now, this coin won't end up in a slut's purse, now or ever.
Так, это я не обратно ли? Наверное, я обратно бегу. А! Нифига себе. Битва.
Empty your pockets straight away.
Do not come any closer.
I will do as I please. I'm a deserter from the...
А!
Bugger off!
Done with this craven. It's time I returned and brought word of the Icemark mission to Mormont.
Забавно. Она уже здесь? Нифига. А так, у меня же уровень повысился.
Morse, you're expected by the Lord Commander. He put me on lookout for you and ordered that you be sent to him as soon as you arrived.
Do you know why Mormont wants to see me?
One of Halfhand's men has arrived to bring tidings of Icemark. The wildlings, our brothers killed. It's a dark day for the Night's Watch.
Полурукий.
I know. Winter is coming. You may go warm yourself, Lothar. I shall go see Mormont.
Ребят, не спорьте. Лучший вариант это просто тупо взять корабль на абордаж и не париться. Чем его топить, когда его можно захватить?
I was the one who hunted it.
Более быстрого пути нету продавать их, что ли? $145? Нет, конечно, круто. Ну, нож за 145.
Those sons of bitches would have had no chance against me.
Так, ну, наверх.
It seems Mormont wants us to reach him.
Так, не отвлекайся, у нас продолжается сюжет.
Jaw, Lothar told me that you wanted to see me as soon as I arrived.
Yes. One of Quarren the Half-Hand's men arrived before you and told me what happened at Icemark. Have you found Poddy? Or his remains?
Poddy deserted. I tracked him down in the forest north of Molestown and managed to kill him just as he was attacking a young girl. I also took care of a couple of cutthroats I came across as they prepared to ambush passers-by.
Raiders so near to Castle Black. If only we had enough men to send more patrols deep into the Gift. So, not a single one of these green boys will have survived his first day as a brother of the Night's Watch. I know enough about what happened there for now. Mors, there is another matter we must discuss. I don't know if you noticed the soldiers with the blue tabards downstairs. They're the men of John Arryn, the King's Hand.
Ah, the men you told me about before I left for Icemark. Those who came to meet me.
Yes. According to their message, they were looking for one of the heroes of Stag's Mount. You are the only one here who fits that description.
Do we know more about what they want from me?
Yes. They brought me a letter written by John Arryn. I'll let you read it. You can see for yourself what it's about.
La la la.
Arryn, that sly old fox hasn't changed a whit. 15 years without a word, and all of a sudden he writes to beg a favor of me. I'm not even surprised.
Why are you receiving a personal missive from the King's Hand?
He's an old friend. We fought side by side in Robert Baratheon's rebellion. He saved my life more than once.
There is a passage that I don't understand. Mentions a girl, the darkness, and your wife, Serena. What does it mean?
Arryn is an intelligent man. This is a message only I can decipher. During the war, when we fought together, I never once used the services of a whore. Arryn knew and would tease me for it. He liked to say that I feared the darkness that lurked in brothels. I would reply that the thought of my wife was sufficient to clear away any darkness. The girl he mentions in his letter must be hidden in a whorehouse. The only one I know of nearby is in Molestown. Old Arryn knows me well. 15 years later, I'm still faithful to my wife.
It is good that you honor the chastity of our order, Mors. But are you doing it for the right reasons? Our vows are clear. We must leave behind our wives and children. If you are true to your oath, it must not be out of love for Serena, but out of respect for the Night's Watch.
I know, Jaw. We have spoken of this countless times, but I am unable to forget them.
Be that as it may, he must have felt seriously threatened to write such a cryptic message. This does not bode well. I conferred with his emissary, Sir Godric Donnelly. He convinced me that his mission did not conflict with our duties. And if we help them, Arryn will convince King Robert to send us the recruits, materials, and supplies that we so sorely lack. Molestown is in the Gift under the jurisdiction of the Night's Watch. You have my authorization to go there with Sir Godric.
Thank you, Jaw. I will finally be able to repay my debt to John Arryn.
Remember, Mors, the Night's Watch does not interfere in politics. If, for some reason, you suspect that something is wrong, return to Castle Black.
Very well. I will go find this Godric.
Так, делаем небольшой перекур и потом продолжим. Итак, я вернулся, товарищи. Продолжаем наш стрим при поддержке радио торт.фм. С вами Sinvarus. А точнее сказать, ведущий передачи «Эпохи потрындеть» на том самом радио торт.фм. И мы продолжаем смотреть эту игру под названием «Игра престолов», которая вышла совсем недавно, в 2012 году. Ребят, к сожалению, ссылки сказать не могу. Я думаю, это будет не очень красиво. И я думаю, это преследуется законом. Но сразу скажу, это был торрент. Могу сказать, что это на тапочке.
I presume that you are John Arryn's men. The Lord Commander spoke to me about you.
Indeed. I am the knight Godric Donnelly. And this is my lieutenant, Jared. And you must be Sir Mors Westford.
Indeed.
John Arryn described you as one of the true heroes of the Battle of Stag's Mount. It is an honor to meet you.
Не, я думаю, просто мало ли могут отслеживать, поэтому не очень было бы приятно, если бы за меня что-то случилось подобное.
Who I hold directly responsible for the death of my brother. I wouldn't have expected to find him at the wall.
Hold your tongue, Jared. We're in Night's Watch territory here. Whatever our past quarrels, we're on a mission here. Please excuse this interruption, Sir Westford. If you have read the letter, you must already know our reason for being here.
Pardon me, Sir Donnelly. Oh, I'd like to clear something up with your lieutenant. Your name is Jared, isn't it? You say we met during the Baratheon Rebellion?
You don't remember me, do you? I am not surprised. I was just a simple warrior of no title at the time. I remember you well. The furious knight come from the Westerlands to help us take down King Targaryen. We fought in the same army. The man who had my brother executed, just because we'd looted a village and had our way with a couple of wenches after our victory.
You violated the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, of honor and of the faith. Leading an army requires discipline, and those who don't respect it get what they deserve.
And yet, when it was all about overthrowing King Targaryen, we violated the laws of allegiance and of honor there too. But I don't remember hearing you complain of it.
No. My loyalties were to my liege, Lord Tywin Lannister. I was abiding by the oath I took. No one asked you to pillage that village. Your brother was the captain of your band of mercenaries, and he was accountable for your actions. He paid the price for it.
At least I see that justice caught up with you in the end, Knight. I doubt you would have chosen to take the black of your own accord. You will live out your days here.
Enough, Jared. Shut it. Go get some fresh air. You need to change your tune. Forgive me, Sir Westford. Jared is a fierce fighter, but he doesn't always know when to hold his tongue. I was unaware that you two had so much history between you.
Let us return to the task that the King's Hand has entrusted us with. Indeed. I heard that John Arryn had fallen ill recently. How does he fare?
It has been some time since we left King's Landing to come north to the Wall. No news has reached our ears since then. Nonetheless, knowing the Lord of the Eyrie, it is probably nothing. He has an iron constitution. Everyone knows that.
I just hope that he has not aged too much. Very well. I believe I know where the girl is. The one John Arryn speaks of in his letter.
Perfect. I knew we could count on you. Lord Arryn only gives his trust to men of great worth. Then tell me, sir, where is she?
What do you plan on doing when you have found her?
She must be protected. I'm sorry, but I'm under strict orders. I cannot speak of our destination.
As long as you take her far from here. Castle Black is not exactly an ideal place for a young maid. According to the information given in the letter, there is no doubt about where the girl is. She is hiding in Molestown.
In Molestown? The village we passed along the King's Road?
Yes. To protect themselves from the constant cold outside, the inhabitants have built an underground passage. I will lead us there. We will no doubt find her there. Strangers are seldom seen in these parts. We'll ask the villagers about her.
Very well. Let us get on our way.
Hold on. I just received a raven with a message from King's Landing. Dark wings. Dark words.
What is it?
Let's go outside, Moors. I don't wish to speak of this in the common hall.
What's going on, Jor?
Very well. The King's hand, John Arryn, is dead.
Он умер. Печаль. Тремя месяцами ранее вернувшись в Ключи, вы сделали несколько неприятных открытий. Положение дела было еще хуже, чем вы ожидали. Без лорда, правящий твердой рукой, люди впали в отчаяние и устроили бунт. Вам удалось навести порядок, но надолго ли? Но самое печальное заключается в том, что если вы не поклянетесь в верности королю, Ключи скорее окажутся в руках Валара. А мы его знаем уже. Вашего честолюбивого брата-бастарда, охочего до власти. И вот вы стоите перед воротами Королевской гавани, столицы Семи Королевств, где бурлят политические интриги. Попутно вы надеетесь отыскать здесь своего брата Гевина, над которым висит обвинение в убийстве вашего отца. Вскоре Свет Истины поможет оправдать брата или доказать ему его вину в этом частном преступлении. Ну так, мы уже постриглись, выглядим достаточно прилично. Как посмотрели? 335, ничего так.
Hello, my lord. Oh, would you be Lord Sarwick? Say, have you got anything for old Wren? Just a coin for a wounded veteran?
Да я как бы и не стараюсь красиво читать.
How do you know my name?
I worked at River Spring back in the day, my lord. With all due respect, you've gotten a few wrinkles, but you've not changed much.
Would you also know my brother? I have come here to see him.
No, my lord. I've never seen him in the flesh. It's his people that we know, especially Hub, the groom. He comes to the taverns to throw back a few pints, and then he talks. He told us that Lord Garwin returned there not long ago to visit his father, and now Lord Sharwick is dead. There are rumors that your brother is back in town. There's no way to be sure, because Hub has not shown his face in a while. You would almost think the man had lost his thirst for ale.
It has been years since I last set foot in the capital. Any news of late?
A lord like you must be interested in the Red Keep. It's up there, on Aegon's High Hill. It's there where you'll find King Robert and his Queen Lannister, and all of their court and their knights. It's there that anything of import occurs. The rest of the city is for the small folk. You've got craftsmen, the best in the realm, and whores, also the best. You can find just about everything you want in King's Landing.
I know enough. Here for your troubles. May you walk in the light of R'hllor.
May the Seven watch over you, my lord.
Fires, latrines, and the tide as well. How could I forget such a bouquet?
There he is, Axe. Just like I said.
Good job. I'll take care of him.
Think you're going somewhere, pretty boy?
I see that the cutthroat business continues to flourish.
You're not just talking to any old bandits here. We're called the Reapers. Now, Lord Sarwick will come with us quietly. I can be very unpleasant when there's too much noise.
If you know who I am, then you know that I am of a noble family. If anything happens to me, the Watch will be on your tail for the rest of your miserable lives. That seems a large price to pay for a bounty.
Don't worry about us. Once we've gotten the bounty, we'll have more than enough to pay off the City Watch.
What reward are you talking about?
You are kin to Gawain Sarwick, are you not? A man worth 100 gold dragons.
It's his bloody brother, I tell ya. He has to know.
Who would put a bounty of 100 gold dragons on my brother's head? That's madness!
'Twas the Watch, pretty boy, and none other. Your brother is accused of killing Lord Sarwick of Riverspring. A damned kinslayer.
I still fail to understand the link between the reward for my brother and me. No one has put a bounty on my head as far as I know.
Perhaps. But you must know where he is. If you don't want to tell us, we'll spread the word that we beat you to a pulp. So your brother will show his face, and then we'll have him.
Right. Since I can't reason with you, let's settle this with steel. The light of R'hllor will welcome you home.
Right. Once I've broken all of your teeth, you'll beg me to release you to your god.
Да.
Hello. I worked at Riverspring. You can find just about everything you want in King's... There's no way to...
Fires, latrines, and the tide as well. How could I forget such a...
Now, Lord Sarwick will come with us quietly. If you don't want to tell us, we'll... Right.
want? What's going on here? Disarm yourself immediately in the name of the king.
Shit! Gold cloaks. We'll see you again, lordling. The Reapers never forget an enemy.
Can you explain all of this to me, my lord?
These brigands attacked me, and had you not intervened, they would have gotten the punishment they deserve.
The Watch does not look kindly upon those who take justice into their own hands, my lord. I would advise you to keep your weapons sheathed and keep a low profile. Whatever the case, your attackers bolted like rats. Do you have any notion of who they were?
They claim to be called the Reapers. Does that mean anything to you?
Perhaps. A couple of useless brutes and thieves who crawl through the city sewers. Petty thugs for the most part. Their boss must be quite clever to still be working after all these years. But we'll get them sooner or later, trust me.
Whatever you can spare, my lord. Not eaten for 3 days.
So,
You were their lookout, were you? Now that they're gone, you're all alone. And you will suffer the consequences of your actions.
Please, oh please, my lord. I had no choice.
Enough. I will not be swayed by your lies.
Oh, mercy. Believe me that I'm ashamed, my lord. You were so good to me. I beg of you, take pity on an old man. With me frail hands made useless by my illness, I can no longer work. When I see a chance to earn a little coin, how can I pass it up?
Another man would have slit your throat for less. Now disappear.
Oh, my thanks, my lord. Many thanks.
Only asked for a groat, my lord.
Come, take a look.
В смысле, те же ошибки? Я просто не в курсе, я же говорю, я ни фильм, ни сериал, ни книгу не читал, поэтому... Опацки. Опацки. Это наезд. Неудача. Меня обижают. Помогите, нищеброды. О, можно нищеброды. Что как-то я даже не увидел, что это было. Какой-то новый, да?
Side of the narrow sea.
The Sarwick residence is not far from here.
A cup of wine is all I ask.
It's the men of the watch.
They've come to get Sarwick. The one with the price on his head.
Death to the Kinslayer!
Hold him! We only found the servants, Lord Wex.
Do you jest? There was no one else?
No, my lord.
Gowan is not here, Sir Velar.
I'm searching for your master, Gawain Sawe. You won't save him, but you can still save yourself. Tell me where he is.
We don't know where he is. He's not been here for months.
Take him to the Red Keep.
No, I haven't done anything. I know nothing. Let me go.
Lambert, no! Leave him be, please, sir! My lord, mercy. My husband is a good man and loyal to the crown. He knows nothing.
То есть вы хотите сказать, чтобы я делал точно так же?
Why by the seventh? Oh, awful!
Sir, the crowd is restless.
Let them be restless. Wex, have this residence watched. I'll let you know if I manage to drag anything out of this lackey.
В смысле, кого уговаривать? Валара, что ли? Не знаю, сейчас посмотрим.
That red priest arriving in the middle of the ceremony like a ghost from the past. That was you. Did you return to go to your brother's execution?
Gawain was arrested?
Not yet, but it shouldn't be too long. I will personally make sure of it.
Do you really need to massacre our servants to find our brother?
Oh, so now we're brothers, are we? Yet when we were children, that was out of the question. I was just a bastard in your eyes. Now I serve the Queen, and I have orders to stop your kinslayer of a brother.
How can you be sure of his guilt?
His disappearance from River Spring pointed the finger to his guilt, but not to worry. We'll straighten everything out once I've got my hands on him.
I plan on finding him before you and your men, in order to uncover the truth of this matter. So, tell me, how is it that the Crown personally gave you this task?
This task is normally for the Watch, but the Queen personally requested that one of her trusted men settle this matter. After all, you made me endure when we were young. Rest assured that it is a pleasure to have been given this task. Moreover, Gawain could have gotten in my way as the legitimate heir. But once he's lost his head, I doubt he'll bother me again.
Don't count on it, Valar. I have returned, and I intend to keep you from perpetrating your crimes.
Whatever claims and duties you had towards the Sarwick family, you turned your back on them long ago. River Spring will soon be mine, and no one will stop me.
I was not in exile, Valar. I left of my own free will, and I am free to return whenever I see fit. I am the legitimate son of Lord Sarwick.
You were the heir, but you abandoned your inheritance 15 years ago.
Trust me, Valar. It was better for you that I left. Whatever happens, I shall be the Lord of River Spring.
And yet, you cannot ignore that I am betrothed to your sister, Eliana. By all the laws of the realm, River Spring will go to me when we are wed, and there is nothing you can do about that. As you can see, the interests of the Sarwicks will soon be my own, dear big brother. It was time someone took care of them.
I heard of this charade. Don't delude yourself too much, Valar. I shall put a stop to it.
This alliance was decided by the Crown itself, and Eliana fully consented, you see. It's all been taken care of. Like for Gawain, who will be found and judged for his crime. It is the royal will, Alistair. It would not be prudent to oppose it.
It matters not which throne you hide behind, Valar. I will not allow you to rule over my house, nor decide on my brother's fate. You're going after Gawain. You plan on marrying Eliana. From one day to the next, you go from a bastard without a lineage to being an heir to River Spring. Don't try to convince me that you're content to go along with the royal will. This isn't going to lead me anywhere. Once my rights have been re-established, I will once again be Lord Sarwick. And I will
Так,
find
секунду,
my
надо
brother.
отойти.
Don't count on it. I'm in charge of the matter. The Sarwick bands will remain sealed until further notice. The City Watch will keep an eye on it, so stay away from this house. Do not get in my way, Alistair, I'm warning you.
Trust me, we will meet again.
Так, а что он сказанул-то хоть-то? То я отошел, даже не успел понять.
The masses are fickle, are they not? Just a moment ago, they all cried out against the traitors, wanting a share of their blood. The woman dies, and they turn away, horrified, suddenly pious. If you want my opinion, this is a perfect example of human hypocrisy.
That woman was guilty of nothing. The people don't like it when some soldier gets away with killing an innocent in broad daylight. It might very well be their turn tomorrow, whether or not they deserve it. They won't be able to do a thing to stop it. It is not a pleasant notion.
An interesting idea, my lord. I think, though, that they'll quickly try to forget this incident. In a week or in a month, they'll come enjoy the next execution with the same eagerness. And here I am, wagging my tongue. I've already kept you too long, my lord. May the Seven guard you.
Не думаю, если любить его этого брата Валара. Наверняка у него там приспешников еще дофига каких-нибудь. Война!
I saw you in the hands of the gold cloaks earlier. You are a servant of Gawain, are you not?
Leave me be. I've done nothing wrong. I'm no one. I know nothing.
Calm down. I am not with them. I mean you no harm.
No harm? That's what they told Janna as well, while they dragged us outside. Poor Janna. She may have been a poxy bitch who was always haranguing me about my heavy drinking, but she didn't deserve what she got. In the mother's name,
Типа того.
she didn't deserve
Светлая
what she
сторона.
got. When Master Gawain sees the misfortune that has befallen his poor household, he will not be happy. He'll be enraged, more like.
About that, I am Alistair Sarwick, his brother. I am here to find him. Tell me what has happened here.
Oh, in the Father's name, for me, Master Gawain's brother. 1,000 pardons, my lord. I didn't know. My name is Hub, your brother's groom. With all due respect, he did not discuss family often. If truth be told, he never mentioned having a brother.
How could it be otherwise? Gawain was not but a child when I left River Spring.
How so?
I won't dally on this matter any longer, groom, but note that I am here to help. Please tell me what happened.
The City Watch entered the home by force and demanded to speak with the Master, but they did not find him. It had been a long time since we'd seen him here anyway. He sometimes sent us instructions. We received a letter not long ago. The steward Lambert kept it. He knew how to read, he did. That's actually why they took him away. He knew a bit more than the others. The mother take pity on him.
That seems important. Did the steward mention the letter's contents?
Aye, he said that Lord Gawain was headed to King's Landing, and that we had to prepare for his arrival. But judging from the face he made, there was something else written, and not good tidings.
Do you know what has happened to the letter?
The gold cloaks ransacked the house. It must be lost somewhere in the jumble. I must also warn you that a woman's letter arrived the other day. Perfumed and all. Lambert made that one disappear right quickly. He said it was Master Gawain's private affairs,
that it wasn't to be gossiped about.
What did he do with it?
Lambert hid all important documents in a special hiding place. It's in his room, upstairs.
Interesting. With a little luck, the watch won't have found it. I need those letters.
Did you see the gold cloaks at the door, my lord? It's dangerous.
Gawain had quite a head start on me. He should have arrived in King's Landing long ago. You say he never came here?
No, my lord, and he did well not to. The men of the City Watch keep coming to ask questions about him. They told us that Lord Gawain was a criminal. They even promised a pile of gold for his head. Since then, all of King's Landing's wretches have spread the word. Yesterday, 3 of them even tried to beat me into telling them where he was. Lambert wouldn't let me leave the house after that. And today, the gold cloaks arrived as if they knew the master had returned. But they're wrong. No one here has seen him.
I have to go and look inside. The men of the watch guard the entrance. Do you know another way in?
Perhaps. The service trapdoor leading to the cellar behind the house. Would that do?
Are the men of the City Watch not watching it?
I have no idea. But it's Gawain they were interested in, not the house itself.
Let us go. Show me the way.
Very well. But let us pick up the pace. I've no desire to remain here. Watch out, my lord.
Что-то клавиатурка подлагивает. Вип только что к нам присоединился. Игра хороша сама собой, сама по себе довольно неплохая, но больше тут, естественно, сюжет. Все завязано тупо на сюжете. То есть, если тебе нравится читать, нравится вдумываться в этот сюжет, то, естественно, в эту игру стоит играть. Что насчет классов, сразу скажу, что лучше начинать игру там меч и щит. По-моему, попроще будет. Я первый раз пытался, даже немного легче игралось, чем вором. Или вором. Воришкой, короче. Вот. Ну, все зависит от того, какие ты обилки будешь качать и как вести в бою. То есть можно и отбежать, в принципе. Лучником пробовал, честно скажу, первую миссию, вот когда ты играешь лучником, ну, очень трудно играть. Ты же там, получается, бумажный какой-то, весь в тряпочках простых, поэтому особо там не выживешь. Нет, 3 класса даются в самом начале. Это за Морса, это там идет, по-моему, щит и меч, потом двуручник и 2 оружия. И потом играешь вот за этого Алистера, вот который сейчас. То есть там идут 2 параллельные сюжетные линии. У него какой-то водяной танцор, потом с каким-то кинжальчиком и лучник как раз. Я не знаю, насколько она долго по прохождению. Я вот вместе с вами ее прохожу. Если кто напомнит, с какого часа я ее вообще играю. Уже достаточно долго. Так, ну давай мы с ней поговорим.
Calm down, soldier. This is my family home. I have every right to enter here.
My orders are strict. No one can enter this house. Now go on your way.
Боевка очень похожа на Dragon Age 1. Но, честно скажу, отличается она анимацией. Анимация тут не настолько сильная. Тут больше все-таки опора идет именно на сюжетную составляющую, нежели вообще на геймплей. Первый, не второй, да. То есть нажал на противника и автоматически бьет.
Here we are. Do you see the trapdoor over there? It leads into the cellar. Practical and discreet. I've used it many a time coming home from the tavern.
And not a guard in sight. Perfect. I'll take it over from here.
Once you're down there, climb to the ground floor. Careful, the cellar is somewhat badly lit. Lambert hid his papers in his quarters, in a small recess behind an old shield. The woman's letter should be there. As for the other, well now, I don't know what to tell you. Check all the rooms. It must be somewhere.
I'll find it. Not to worry.
May the seven be with you, Lord.
Ну ладно, я сейчас вам кину ссылку, так уж и быть. Вот и лично я качал именно отсюда. Не знаю, насколько она линейна, но, как видите, тут вариантов очень много при разговоре, поэтому я не знаю, насколько сильно влияет вообще они. Ну да. Ну отсюда я вообще качал именно вот эту версию. То есть это русская версия. Увы, я уже один инвайт отдал, и до второго еще не набралось. Да, хорошо, что хоть сабы делают. Ну, в этой игре сабы, в принципе, это нормально. Вот мне не порадовало, что делают некоторые игры, где ты реально принимаешь какое-то действие в игре, и тут какие-то разговоры начинаются. Вот взять, например, того же Бэтмена 2, да. По всему городу какие-то разговоры и еще что-то. А тут все у тебя. Все тебе на английском, и приходится отвлекаться. Да, мне дали какое-то колечко, надо посмотреть. Вот сюда его поставим.
Our manse was ransacked. The City Watch really had a field day.
Я думаю, щит сейчас возьмет.
I see. It would appear that my little brother developed an infatuation for one of Shataya's whores. I must pay her a visit. This Felina might know where to find Gawain.
Ой-ой-ой, меня запалили.
We have guards at every entry point, but there's always a rat who manages to crawl in. Come on, men. There's vermin to get rid of here.
Опять какая-то неудача. Что-то я отнял у них совсем чуть-чуть. Как-то даже не прикольно. требуется виал? Какой виал-то? Почти никаких виалов не требуется. Как мне не нравится, что меня так окружили. Бежи. Небольшая регенерация все-таки происходит. Пошаговости тут особо-то нету. Единственное, надо вовремя подобрать какой-нибудь скилл или убежать. Да, кстати, надо сохраниться, а то получится, как всегда. Опять все с самого начала. Да, ты прав. Тут все чисто только на сюжет. Я аж, если честно, уже немножко подустал читать все это. И запутался уже чутка. Третий левел, а я и не заметил. Врешь, он у меня не третий, а второй. Бабенка. Катая, я пришел крутая.
Now here's a visitor who brings back pleasant memories. Is that really you, Sir Alistair?
It has been a long time, Shataya.
It has been years since you honored us with your presence. It's been so long. I thought you'd lost interest in houses of pleasure.
You weren't wrong about that. My eyes have been opened to the light of Relore, and I took up the red robes of priesthood.
The gods gave us voices with which to sing their praises, hands to build their temples, and desire to honor them through our lovemaking.
You haven't changed, Shataya, but I have.
Excellent. If there's anything I can do to lighten your worries,
не знаю, там, может, третий левел что-то другого.
I'm looking for a certain Felena. Is she one of the girls in this house?
Felena is one of my most enchanting girls, and she is well educated. She will be just impertinent enough to please you, my dear. I'm surprised.
Это второй персонаж. Первый был Морс. Ты имеешь в виду про то, который левел получил? Да, это Морс получил. Первый персонаж.
Gowan very much enjoyed Felena's attentions. Would you care to spend some time in her pleasant company?
It would be a pleasure.
Do go upstairs. Her room is at the end of the corridor on the left. She has been rather sad as of late. Perhaps you will succeed in comforting her.
I'll see what I can do.
Yes, Sir Alistair?
Not for the time.
It's always a pleasure.
But someone has to do it with him.
С цепочкой такой.
Many pardons, my lord, but are you not Sir Alistair Sarwick? I heard tell that you had returned to the Seven Kingdoms.
Indeed. You appear to know much about me. To whom do I have the honor of speaking?
I realize that my impromptu intervention might have startled you, my lord, but pray, do not take umbrage. The return of a war hero could not help but attract my attention, particularly when his return proves to be so ostentatious.
I won no honors in the war, just scars. But you have yet to introduce yourself.
Your modesty does you honor, my lord. You forged quite a name for yourself fighting for King Robert in his rebellion. Excuse my rudeness. I've not yet told you my name. I am Lord Varus, and I hope you will count me as a friend. We never crossed paths 15 years ago, but perhaps you have heard of me?
Что выбрать-то?
Lord Varus. Oh yes, I know you. You were Master of Whisperers to old King Aerys Targaryen. I did not recognize you, disguised as you are. I remember a more elegant man of the court.
Well, I am delighted to hear that. Let us simply say that I sometimes prefer to go unnoticed.
You haven't changed. Already in the time of Aerys, it was said that you had eyes in every court in Westeros, and that you knew everything about everyone. We rebels called you the Spider. Some of our lords were wary of you. You made some enemies along the way.
Alas, the people of the Seven Kingdoms have little affection for eunuchs. All of those noble knights and grand lords are loath to risk their reputations with informers and spies. But in the Game of Thrones, information is power. Those who most despise us are often the first to benefit from our whispers.
You, who were loyal to House Targaryen. I had thought that you would have fallen with King Aerys.
My loyalty is to the crown, Sir Alistair, not to he who wears it. The moment that Robert Baratheon sat upon the Iron Throne, my duty was to assist him.
And he agreed to it. I hadn't thought that King Robert was a great friend to eunuchs and spiders.
Oh, he is not, my lord, as the gods are my witness. But it is in his nature to pardon defeated enemies who pay him homage, and that is to his great credit. Thus I kept my role as Master of Whispers, as well as my seat on the King's Council.
You must be a very busy man then, Lord Varys. I imagine that it is not coincidence that brings you to speak with me.
You are correct, my lord. I wanted to discuss the Baratheon rebellion.
Why not? There is one question that I have never been able to be free of. Do you believe that the rebellion was a good thing, after all is said and done? Is King Baratheon a better king than Targaryen?
Old King Aerys was mad, my lord. Mad and cruel. That no one can deny. His habit of burning the great people of the kingdom alive could only bring him to ruin. After that, any idiot could have passed for a good king. As for his majesty, Robert, his subjects loved him. Of that I have little doubt. But he pays little heed to matters of the realm and remains blind to the enemies around him. I fear that a new storm brews on the horizon. Does that knowledge make you regret your part in the rebellion?
No. The causes and consequences of the war mattered little to me at the time. My only concern was to obey Tywin Lannister, my liege lord. Had he ordered me to fight alongside the followers of Targaryen, I would have gone with him without hesitation.
I understand. You were just one young knight amongst hundreds of others, and Tywin Lannister was always a demanding master. He dragged you into that war and you carried out your duty as a bannerman.
At the time, Lord Tywin wanted a foot in each camp. When he ordered us to fight for Robert, I chose to follow his orders, yes.
Why such bitterness, my friend? You fought valiantly, and, more importantly, you were on the winning side. You could have brought renown, fortune, and glory to your house, if you had so wished. And yet, when the time came to reap the benefits of your efforts, you turned away and left Westeros. I admit that I do not understand why.
The rebellion was not nearly as noble as it is portrayed in the tales and songs. You yourself know that. It is one thing to face an armed enemy. It is quite another to attack those who are already vanquished. Let us say that the last orders that I received left a bad taste in my mouth. I preferred to go. I did not want glory won in that manner.
It was a courageous decision, sir. It is often easy to forget that it is our choice whether or not to obey. Perhaps it would interest you to learn that your old squire, Valar, did not spurn the honors as you did. Lord Tywin Lannister covered him in gold and knighted him to reward him for his exploits and his unfailing loyalty.
For his unspeakable brutality, you mean to say? I had the opportunity to behold his work again in the square. Such a wild beast should not be left to roam free, much less granted a command. It is an invitation to disaster.
Have a care, my friend. Sir Valar has become an important member of the court. He is a faithful supporter of Queen Cersei's, and he could cause you great harm if you were to make him an enemy. I strongly recommend that you avoid making such remarks in public.
Valar is not only my old squire, he is also my half-brother. He may very well be as poisonous as an asp, but he cannot silence me. Not today, not ever.
I hope for your sake that you know what you're doing, my friend. Now,
Ребят, 5 минут перерыва после диалога.
Please excuse me. I'm afraid that my little birds are always chirping and demanding my attention. Make the most of your stay with Chattia. I hope to see you again soon.
Так, на фоне я слышу какие-то стоны. Откроем-ка дверьку. Итак, кто к нам только что присоединился, спешу напомнить, что стрим идет от радио торт.фм, игровое радио. Я Sinvarus, ведущий одной из передач на этом радио, называется «Эпоха потрындеть». И мы с вами играем в «Игру престолов» 2012 года. И играем уже достаточно долго, и у меня уже мозг потихонечку начинает кипеть от полученной информации.
You are Felena, if I'm not mistaken. Shataya said that I might find you here.
You are not mistaken, my lord. How might I please you?
A one-on-one will be enough to satisfy me. Preferably far from prying ears.
My lord needs only close the door. At Shataya's the walls are thick and the beds are deep.
Slow down. I just want to speak with you.
Oh, in that case, it will be done according to my lord's pleasure.
I am Alistair, of House Sarwick. I imagine that means something to you.
Sarwick? By the maiden. You are from Gawain's family, are you not? Did he send you? How is he? When will he return?
By R'hllor's flame. Why are you so concerned with my brother's fate?
My lord, I know the realities of my profession. Shataya treats us well, but in a few years I will be too old to draw men's eyes. And what awaits me then? Begging or walking the docks? I wish for Lord Gawain to take me into his service. Not to marry him. I'm not that naive. But he has always been attentive and charming. He will make a good master. He and I have talked about this.
I understand your worries, but all of this does not tell me where he is. You recently sent him a love letter. You seem to be aware of his movements.
Yes, my lord. Lord Gawain told me he was going to Riverspring in order to visit his father. Lambert, his servant, would send me news. He told me that Lord Gawain planned to return to King's Landing shortly. So that he wouldn't forget to pay me a visit, I sent him a message.
He came here?
Yes, but my message was for naught. He came directly here soon after his arrival in town. He found out that the City Watch was looking for him. It was I who washed the dust of travel from him. He did not even go to his home first.
At least he made it to King's Landing. I was beginning to wonder if he had disappeared along the way. Did he tell you what he planned to do next?
He was very nervous. He hardly spoke to me that night. I tried to ask him questions about the patricide rumors, but they only made him angry. The last thing he said was that he would go to the Red Keep, that the Crown would hear what he had to say, and that he had more than one card to play. He left at the first light of dawn. I have had no news since, and the Gold Cloaks continue to search for him. Something must have gone wrong.
Indeed. It would appear that Gawain never returned to the Sarwick residence.
What do you plan to do, my lord? The City Watch has searched for him in vain for days. Even Lord Varys does not know his whereabouts, and Lord Varys knows all.
You spoke of Gawain with the eunuch. Why? What did he want?
He asked me questions, my lord. Nearly the same ones you did. He said he wanted to help him.
Strange. Why would the Master of Whisperers want to help a fugitive escape the King's justice?
I don't know why, but Lord Varys has always been good to us here. He has given us many reasons to be thankful for his attention. As far as he knows, the City Watch never caught Lord Gawain. The Gold Cloaks have nothing to do with his disappearance.
Yes, I thought so. They came to search the Sarwick residence and are still looking for him. I will go to the Red Keep and see if I can find out more about him.
Wait. This cloak belongs to Lord Gawain. He forgot it. Take it, please.
By the fire! That's Sarwick Giltwaters. I remember seeing Father wear it on many a special occasion. Indeed. A cloak is more appropriate for a royal interview. I wasn't expecting to find it in this place.
Lord Gawain wore it when he would come to visit. Since he was a wanted man, he feared it would attract too much attention, so he preferred leaving it here. I am sure he would be happy to know that the cloak is in the hands of a kinsman.
This cloak is worth a fortune. How kind of you to return it to me.
You're making me blush. Frankly, I'm uncomfortable keeping this cloak in my residence. If the gold cloaks were to find it, I could get into trouble. Take it, please. It's yours. I pray to the maiden to help you in your search. Find Gawain, my lord. Bring him back safe and sound.
I would need more than the help of an imaginary goddess. But I appreciate the intention, as I'm sure my brother does as well. Farewell, Felina.
А что, звук пропал? Пропал звук?